Right, I think we are live. Yes, I think we're live. Thank you very much for everybody for joining me. Please let me know in the chat if you can hear me and see me okay as usual. And as usual, the chat is broken. I've actually been, I skipped most of lunch speaking to XSplit about these chat issues, which normally doesn't do any good because for some reason they can't seem to fix it. But anyway, it's all working fine. Stephen's here, Frodo's here, Peter's here, Ralph's here, Matt's here, Dennis is here. Also, awesome. Thank you very much for joining me. Part 3 of my Lord of the Rings Journeys in Middle-earth playthrough series. Part 1, I did chapter 1. Part 2, I did chapters 2 and 3. So today, the plan is to do chapters 4 and 5 of the campaign. I'm going to be playing through the Bones of Arnor campaign. The chat's broken already. Yeah, I'm going to be playing through the basic campaign from the basic game, and this is part of my playthrough series of the game. I'm playing through the entire campaign solo to completion, and this is not a sponsored video in any way. It's funded purely through the Patreon. So my title says part 3. Yes, this is part 3. I think that's right. Yeah, this is part 3. Yeah, it's chapters 4 and 5, but it's my third video in the series. I think that's right. Trying to catch me out. Yeah, funded purely through the Patreon page, so you can see down in the bottom right, patreon.com/gaming rules. It's due to the support of my Patreon page that I'm able to make videos like this. So yeah, thank you very much to all of my supporters. And as it also says in the bottom right, all of the ad revenue and any super chats all go to charity. So I'm not making any money from the advertising of the game, advertising on the video. Wow, and the chat is broken again. This is going to be an absolute pain today. As I say, I have been speaking to XSplit about it this morning and this afternoon and last night, and they can't seem to fix it. So I don't know what the problem is, and I don't know why other streamers don't have the same issue. But yeah, it's a real pain, and it just seems to be getting worse. And it's what, died twice in 5 minutes? Yeah. Graham's here. Hi Graham, thank you very much for joining in. There is an alternative chat streaming system which I actually got working last night, and I thought, brilliant, I've got a backup. And then as of this morning, that stopped working as well. I'm just going to try it once more. This is an alternative chat viewer that you can see here, and I'm just going to try and configure it. And I'm going to link it to my YouTube account. And I did this earlier on today and it didn't work, so apologies. But I'm really getting frustrated by the fact that this chat just keeps breaking constantly. And here's the backup one. As you can see, nothing is appearing and the original one has died again. Wow, this is terrible today. Yeah, I might just have to turn the chat off. If it isn't working, I might just have to turn it off. Can you give us a recap on what cards are now in the deck? In fact, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. Because I think the cards are going to change. That's the thing. I think the cards, what's in the decks, is going to change. So yeah, so the backup chat system is not working. Right, okay. Let's crack on and we will see what happens with the chat. We'll see what happens if it breaks. But as I say, XSplit is a complete pain software. Do not use it. I cannot recommend that enough. Use something else instead. There's some colour on Legolas and Gimli. Yes. So this is the exciting thing about today, is over the weekend, I painted Legolas and Gimli. So this is Legolas, all painted, all based, ready to go. The base hasn't got quite the right colour. I've used an earth brown instead of an olive drab, but Legolas is all ready to go. That was painted. And on Sunday, whilst watching Star Wars Episode 3, I painted Gimli. So thank you very much to Sir Astro's painting guides for these. I mostly followed them. I did do my own thing in a few places, but they've come out really nice. Right, can we count how many times the chat has broken? We've been live 7 minutes and it's broken 4 times. So, yeah, and I don't have any alternatives. There are 3 different chat... Oh no, I do have alternatives. Right, okay, so the chat is so bad, I'm actually going to install another plugin, which I didn't want to have to do. So just bear with us a minute for 2 minutes, because there is a third streaming plugin that I don't want to have to use because it requires a manual configuration every time you go live. And I don't want to be doing that, but just for this one right now, I'm going to put it on and see if it works. Okay, so this is a YouTube live chat viewer. Thank you very much. I forgot the audio. The audio breaks every time that the stream crashes. But what I was saying is that what's interestingly enough, the software crashed, so I've restarted it, and as soon as I restarted it, the chat seems to be working. So we're going to carry on, and we'll keep an eye on it. And I don't want to bother anybody anymore, because otherwise you're just going to sit here all afternoon. Still nothing. Are you sure there's nothing? Because okay. It seems to be picking something up. But if you're saying you can't hear me now, oh, all good. All good with no sound. Or all good with sound. Now it works. Right, okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't want you to sit here all afternoon watching me with technical issues. So we're just gonna continue and see where we left off. Right, okay, so we're gonna load our game. It is the Heroes of Columpton, Bones of Arnor, Chapter 4, Resume. So spoilers, sort of spoilers. I mean, this isn't a play once game. You are going to see bits of the storyline in this, but you're not going to find anything that actually spoils anything. You can completely replay this yourself, although you will know overall what's going on. Right, Resume. So we're on Chapter 4. The Forsaken Inn. Now, I have played this chapter before, okay? And I can tell you now, what I said about spoilers is still valid, because in this scenario, we're having to find a specific person. And this is really interesting. This is one of the reasons why I rated this game quite highly, is this scenario is actually quite different. So, Hanara's information points you to the Forsaken Inn, the last outpost between Breland and Rivendell far to the east. Within the dilapidated walls rests an agent of the enemy. You will need to ferret out the spy before they can alert their allies or escape, and extract information regarding the plans of your foe. The next adventure will be a battle map, which is why I've got this set up. Note, this is a mystery scenario. We're going to have to use deduction to win. And what I'm saying is, I've played this scenario at least twice, and the person who it is different each time. Okay, so you're not going to spoil who it is by watching this video. Right, so we confirm. Right, now, here we go. We have collected 23 lore on our journey. Do we have enough to upgrade stuff? We don't yet. Okay, so we can't upgrade any of our items yet. That's fine. Let's go back. But we can respec our characters. So Legolas has 5 XP. Gimli's got 6. I'm not sure why. Why is... Oh, I know, because I've already been tweaking my characters. So one of the cool things with this is that you can actually completely respec your characters, take out whatever cards you want, and put new ones in. So I have 12 XP for Legolas, and it's a case of, you know, I started with Word of Warning, I think. Then I went for something and something else. But now I've got 12 XP, I could go for one of the big ones. Okay, and I think that's what I'm going to do. I think we're going to do that. Oh, Tony's here. Started playing a 4-player game of this a couple of months ago, but had to put gaming aside to move house. Oh, I hope the house move goes okay. Watching to learn rules and stuff like that. Yeah, excellent. I would... what would I do? I would definitely watch from part 1, although part 1 was quite rough and I was still learning. Sometimes the chat or text in the app is going out of focus for a few seconds. Oh yeah, I've just noticed that. I don't know why that is. So we're going to go for one of the big ones. So let's look at the cards. And let's look at this one. Right, so the cards are here. So we need Unstoppable or honed instinct. Okay, so those two. Or for, well, let's look at those two first. Let's look at this camera. Interesting that the chat hasn't broken yet. I don't want to jinx it, but after the software crashing and coming back, chat is active. Right, here are the two cards. That brightness is way too high, isn't it? I've got the light fairly bright so you can actually see it, but unfortunately what it's done is it's meant that everything is way too bright. So bear with us a minute. I did turn this down, but of course the software's crashed and it's lost a lot of the settings that I had in there from earlier. So there we go, that's better. Overall it's a bit darker, but there we go. Right, so these are the two options that we have. Honed instinct and unstoppable. Now I'm showing them there, but I can't actually read them there. So I'm going to have to move my head here. There we go. Right. So honed instinct, after you sprint, you can move one additional space. Your skills with sprint have strike 2 and hide. Okay, so that's pretty good. And unstoppable, when you test, you can add a success for each skill with sprint you have prepared and then discard this skill. Which one do you think? I'm tempted to go for honed instinct. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for honed instinct. So what I have to do is I have to now take out the other cards that I put in last time. So that was ambush. Ambush is going out. And I also had, so you always keep cards 1 to 3. Is that all I had in? Yeah, I think that's all I had in. I'm going to sneeze in a minute. Excuse me. Right, honed instinct is going in. That is Legolas's deck done and ready. So let's select that on the app. Honed instinct. There we go. Right. Gimli. We have Crescendo of Dawn or the Tale of Tenuviel. Okay, the chat has broken. I did speak too soon. So, I'm going to go with this other chat. Now that I've installed it, this is HTML5 live chat viewer. And I'm going to put it over the top. Oh, no, I need to turn off that. And we need to put it here. Right, okay, now the difference with this chat is it won't automatically connect to my stream. What I need to do is I need to actually put in the video ID of this video, which is that. And so this is why this is why I don't want to use this method, because every single stream I do, I would have to actually put this in, and that's a pain. Okay, need the keyboard, but if this works, then great. Okay, so there you go. That is working. We can hide that, and we can make the chat a bit bigger. Okay, so that is there. Unfortunately, it seems to have chopped stuff off. Yeah, it's not perfect, is it? Because I want to make it a bit smaller. But if I do that, we can't see the thing. So in order for the chat to appear good, it's going to have to be there. Okay, but if I just move that down a bit, I move that down to here, move that down to there. There you go. I'm a little bit in the way, but again, I can move me across a bit. Okay, so now unfortunately, so that's that bit working. Unfortunately, because I've got 3 different scenes set up, it means I have to copy that and paste it into these other ones. So it'll take me a second to move this across. There you go. And then the same with the third one. Oh no, the third one's gone in. There you go. So chat's sort of working. Oh, what's that? We've got We've got another chat on the right hand side. We don't want that one. Go away. Right, there we go. The chat is now all working. Yes. Right, okay. Sorted. So paste that. And get rid of that. And I need to move to there. Okay. So yeah, apologies for the fiddling around. But I think... Oh, no, I'm there twice now. You don't want to see two of me. Right, I think that's it. We're all good, and the chat seems to be working. Right, anyway. Yes, I know I keep moving around, but there we go. What's the mat underneath the buds? Yeah, so this is I've changed the mat. This is the Scythe themed game topper mat. I've previously been using the green one, but today I decided that I would use the Scythe themed one as well. Instead, just looks a little bit different. Right, okay, musician card. So we have a choice of 2 different musician cards. If we can see them, is it going to focus? Yep. So we have Tale of Tenuvial. During your turn, you may discard this skill for you and up to 2 nearby heroes to each discard a damage or a fear, then scout 3. Or you and nearby heroes ignore darkness and smite. Oh, and add smite to each of your attacks. At the end of the shadow phase, discard this skill and gain an inspiration. Okay, what do we think? Which one of these 2 do we think? The problem that I have with some of Gimli's musician skills is that they say you and up to 2 nearby heroes, and I'm only playing with 2 characters, so I'm not getting the full benefit out of that. You and nearby heroes ignore darkness and add smite to each of your attacks. That's like permanent. And at the end of the shadow phase, discard this skill and gain 1 inspiration. Now I know that there's not going to be any... See, James is saying the darkness one, and Mark is also saying crescendo. I know there's not going to be any darkness in this scenario. Because this is inside a pub. We're not outside. We're not going in caves. So I right now, I don't think that one is actually going to be that good. So I think for now, I'm going to put Tale of Tenuvial in. For the next scenario, yeah, Alex is saying Scout 3 seems pretty good. So we're going to take out Word of Peace. And we're going to take out Song of Mocking. And we're going to put in Tale of Tenuvial. Okay, there you go. Our decks are now ready. We're going to play 2 scenarios today, so we're going to respec our characters between sessions. Okay, now if this chat does work, although it's going to be a bit of a pain for me to put the YouTube thing in each time, at least I can do that ahead of time because I know what the video ID is. So anyway, I'm just talking technical stuff here. That I'm trying to do what I can to eliminate the unprofessionalism of doing a stream and the chat constantly breaking. Right. Okay. So back to the app. Tale of Tenuvial. Was that what I put in? Yes. Okay, so our characters are done. We continue. We're not changing roles. Again, you can change roles in this. We're not going to do that. We're going to embark. Narrative. Narrative. Cup of tea. Oh, I didn't get me Jaffa cakes either. I was going to get a Jaffa cake if I succeeded. Right. And yeah, let me know if the sound of the app is... Oh, the sound is off. There you go. Let me know if the sound of the app is too quiet or too loud. I just realised it was off. Right, the Forsaken Inn is a stout, unforgiving stone building that rises suddenly out of the wilderness. Place battle maps as indicated. So we actually need... This needs to be turned over... No, this was right. This needs to be turned over like so. Okay, so that's going like that. Right, the barred windows and thick oaken door are foreboding. though they are clearly intended to make the lone building as safe and secure from outside threats as possible. However, you know that there is a very dire threat within those walls. It is up to you to end that threat. Place heroes as indicated, each hero scouts 3. The background music is a bit loud. Right, okay, I'll turn it down. There you go. Right, so place heroes as indicated, which is there. So again, quite excited, using my painted miniatures for the first time. So they go there, and each hero scouts 3. And yeah, the colour is a bit weird on this camera, this one here, because this is a really old camera. So, right, I've turned it down, hopefully that's better. Hopefully that is better. So, each hero scouts 3. So we need to do Legolas first. We're going to draw 3 cards, and we're going to have one of them. We have Paths Unseen, Light-Footed. Oh, we're supposed to start with one in play. I was reading a forum the other day to say somebody was forgetting to do that, and then I went and forgot to do it. So. Yeah, painting looks good, thank you very much. Right, so we start with Trailblazer in play, and do I want Paths Unseen, Light-Footed, or Light-Footed? I think I'm going to use Light-Footed. And the other 2, because they are success icons, they are both going to go on top of the deck. Right, Gimli is going to start the game with... wait a minute, that shouldn't be in there, that should be in there. He's got the wrong card, he's got a Pathfinder card in his deck. So there's Musician 1. Where's the one I just put in? Okay, I've lost the one that I was just going to put in. I think I must have put it in the wrong deck. Okay. I'm going a bit crazy here. The card that I just bought for Gimli, I now can't find. It's going to be one of those days today. Yeah, can't find it. Right. Come on, Paul. Get your act together. Where is it? I could blame the small text on the cards, but it's not that. Yeah, it's gone. The Tale of Tenuvial has disappeared. Where's it gone? It's not... Somehow 2 cards have got stuck together or something, have they? Or am I looking for a... I'm looking for a green card. That's it. It's not a green card. The green ones are your fixed ones. Right, okay. Yeah, I'm being an idiot. That's going on top. Right, okay. Sorry about that. I was looking for a green card. And yeah, the green cards are the 3 fixed ones. The rest of them are just brown. So, we're scouting 3. This has got to be the longest time before getting started. Just a new player vernacular. Oh, cool. Thank you. Glad it was useful. So that's going to the bottom of the deck. Ancient Wisdom is going into play and Kinship is going on the bottom of the deck. If I could get rid of that card, I would, because it's awful. I don't understand how the Kinship card, for anybody who knows the game, how is this a good card in the base set when there is only 1 dwarf in the game? This card just seems absolutely pointless. So we're going to get rid of it. It's not even got any fate or success icons in the top right. Okay. So, we've done the scouting 3, back to the app. Right, we have a statue and 2 bushes. Okay, now, where are my sceneries? 2 bushes. Oh, we've got 2 bushes. The bushes go there, and the statue is there. Okay, that's that done. We need some walls. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need a wall there. This is the same as the previous outdoor adventure we did. Sorry, the previous indoor adventure we did. Right, that is 4 walls. And we got 3 tables and a fire pit. Okay, so table, table, that a table? That is a table. Okay, so these are going there, 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 and there's a fire pit there. And again, the game comes with these handy dandy little cards to tell you what a table is and what effect it has on the game, which I had a minute ago. Where did I put them? I literally had them here in front of me. Here we go. Right. What is a wall? What is a bush? What is a fire pit? And what is a table? So we know walls, we know tables, we know bushes. We've done these before. Table is the new one. You may interact with a table, test spirit. If you pass, gain 1 inspiration and become emboldened. I guess that's because you're sitting down with other people and having a drink. Interacting with the table does not provoke attacks. We also got a rule wrong. Somebody left a comment on the previous video, is that Gulgatar was a elite enemy and should have been able to attack back when I attacked him, even though he was exhausted. So apologies for that. There was a mistake in one of the previous playthroughs. Right, back to the setup. 1 barrel and 1 statue in the corner. So we need another statue. Do I have another statue? I do. So another statue and barrels. Okay, so we need another card for barrels. You may interact with barrels, test wit. If you pass, apply 4 hit and stun a nearby enemy and discard the barrels. Okay, right. Cool. The atmosphere of this place is like a cat stalking the outskirts of a crowd of people, apprehensive and hesitant. You should be careful what you say. Uttering any of the information you learn from Hanara could alert the spy. Threat increases by 5 already, and inspiration goes up by 1. So we both of our characters gain 1 inspiration, but threat has already gone up by 5. Okay, continue. If the spy is of any skill, they have a way of slipping in and out of the inn without attracting notice. They should also carry wounds from their encounter with Hanara. You must discover which guest at the inn meets both of these criteria before they grow too suspicious, but you are sure the enemy agent will try to lie about their injuries. You have to use all of your powers of deduction to capture them. So our objective is discover which of the guests is the spy. There's a garden of herbs and hardy vegetables growing to one side of the yard. Okay. So we're going to put that there. A hulking, muscular woman with a shaved head tends the bar. She keeps a sharp watch on the guests, guarding the back room from filchers. Place a person token as indicated. So again, this will be slightly different each time you play, I believe. Hanara mentioned that she and the innkeeper were once close. If you tell the innkeeper that her eyes shine brighter than the stars above, she may be able to offer you further assistance. Okay. Behind the innkeeper there is an ancient black cat. Lies on the windowsill. Okay. And then several thin dusty books are laid near a window. Okay, I'm just putting things on the board as I'm doing this. I'll show you in a minute. A tall thin man smokes a long pipe in the corner. So we need a tall thin man smoking a long pipe. I wonder who that is. And a barred window looks out over the wilderness. Lots of stuff here to interact with. And there's a diminutive curly-haired hobbit lass huddles close to the fire, eating stew and drinking a tankard of ale. So we need a hobbit token. And finally, a broad-shouldered dwarf in a blue cloak hunches over a table near the door. Gimli's got a blue cloak. Right, there are several points of interest around the inn, and you might be able to find clues as to who the spy is by searching them. The bushes, statues, barrels and fire pit do not function as normal. Oh right, okay. After reading all of that, they don't function as normal. Unique terrain is marked by a sparkle effect. Okay, instead, any hero can interact with them to search for evidence. Right, okay, so they are, you can see here, it's sparkling. So it isn't a normal set of barrels, it is something which we can search for. Okay, Mark is saying, what is a statue? Well, in this scenario, a statue is something that you can search because they're sparkling. Yeah, you can just about see them sparkling. Right, it is our go. Off we go. So, you can see, I've got the board set up. We've got the dwarf here. We have the halfling woman here. And we have the barkeeper here. And we have the tall, thin man smoking a pipe in the corner. And it could be any of them. I don't think it's the barkeeper. I think it's one of these three. But every time you play it, it'll be a different one. So yeah, whilst you're getting spoilers of the overall story, knowing which one of these it is in this playthrough is not going to spoil it for when you play. Right, we're in the action phase. So now there is this here, and there is a statue to search. So I kind of don't want to rush in while there is still stuff here to do. So I think what we're going to do is I think Legolas is going to go back and search these, and Gimli might move forward and go in here. I think that's what we're going to do. So, Legolas first. First action I'm going to choose to do is to move. So I got 2 movement points. I'm going to move here first, and then for my second one I'm going to interact with this. For my second action, that is. So we click on this. It must be hard to get supplies here. The inn appears to compensate for that scarcity with a side garden devoted to growing various herbs and vegetables. Right, so we're going to spend our action and search it, which is what the arrow is for. You examine the garden and find nothing of relevance to your investigation. Still, the smell of rich earth and green growing things is invigorating. Gain 1 inspiration, discard the search token. Right, so we discard the search token and Legolas gets an inspiration. And then the second movement point, remember you can interrupt your move with an action. Second one is going to go to here. And that's it. That's Legolas's turn. Done. So now we're going to do Gimli, because I'll scout the statue next time. So what Gimli's going to do, can we scout the bushes? Oh, we can scout the bushes as well. I've just noticed on the app, the bushes are also sparkling. Okay, I'll leave that to Legolas. Or do we use Gimli? No. We'll leave the outside to Legolas, and we'll leave the inside to Gimli. Right. So Gimli is gonna first action is gonna be move. We're gonna move to here, and then we're gonna interact with the dwarf because he's a dwarf with a blue cloak, and I'm a dwarf with a blue cloak. Right. We have a choice. A broad-shouldered dwarf in a blue cloak hunches over a table near the door. Which of those 3 things do you think I should do? We can say, look at this scar. I got it wrestling a bear. Or we can say, what brings you out to the Forsaken Inn? Or, what do you think of the other guests? Or we can apprehend the spy. Well, we're not going to apprehend the spy because we don't actually know that they're a spy. But which of the other 3 do you think I should do? The scar, what brings you here, or other guests? I think I'm tempted to say what brings you out to the Forsaken Inn. Greets from Buffalo, New York. Hi. Is it Brian? Yeah, it's Brian. I can't quite see because the chat is blue. But thank you, Brian. Inspired you to start your own playthrough last week. Excellent, excellent. How are you getting on? So we're going to say what brings you out here. Right, what brings you out to the Forsaken Inn? A dwarf's business is their own, and I thank you very much to keep out of it. The dwarf's stony face is impenetrable. At least your attempts make you look more like a harmless busybody, and suddenly no one wants to be seen paying too much attention to you lest you catch their eye. So threat has gone down by 3. Now that's good. That basically gives us a bit longer. Okay, right. So what's Gimli going to do now? Are we going to move? Yeah, I think we'll move Gimli maybe up here. Yeah, I think we'll move Gimli up here. So he's done his move was 2. So 1, spoke to the dwarf on the way. Didn't really get much. We'll go there. Right, that is it. That is the end of the action phase. So Andrew's here. Hi Andrew, thank you for joining in. Click there, and we're going to end the action phase. Okay, shadow phase. Gain 1 inspiration. Remember, we're playing on easy mode. So there are certain modifiers to make the game easier, and that includes at the start of the shadow phase, all heroes gain an inspiration. Threat increases by 4. But that's it. Okay, we're in the rally phase. So we reset our deck and then scout 2. So reset the deck. Haven't actually done anything, so very little to do. And scout 2. Now, do we want Ancient Wisdom or Unyielding Spirit? I think we're going to go with Unyielding Spirit, and I'm going to put the other one on top of the deck because I now have 3 inspiration, and this is a card with a fate icon, so that's going to go there. Right. Gimli's going to scout 2. Travelling Song or Fury? Well, I'm going to put Travelling Song on top of the deck because it's a success icon, and I'm going to put Fury into play. Okay, there you go. Right. So we are done. We have scouted 2. Jill says, speak, friend, and enter. Yes. If only we could say that. Right, we're in the action phase again. So Legolas is still outside by the statue. So the first action Legolas is going to do is interact with the statue. Right, I think we might be back. I think we're back, and this time I have unmuted the microphone and the system sound. So hopefully we're back, and hopefully you can hear me. And we were interacting with the statue, I believe. So yeah, this is Legolas's go. We're interacting with the statue, and a statue in the Forsaken Inn's small yard is crumbling and warm. We're going to investigate. Nothing seems strange about the old stone effigy, and its inscription is similarly worn away by time. However, there is something caught beneath one edge of the statue. You attempt to move it. So we're testing might. Now, Legolas isn't actually very good at might. Legolas's might is only 2. So this is not ideal. We could have done with Gimli here. Yeah, thank you very much for letting me know we're back. So yeah, we're testing might. I don't have any other bonuses. So yeah, let's test might. Let's draw 2 cards and see what we get. So this is a fail. This is 0, but we could buy 1 success. I don't think 1 success is going to be enough. Yeah, but let's do it anyway. I'm going to spend an inspiration to make it 1 success, and then we're going to go to the app and we're going to say we got 1 success, and it's going to laugh at us and tell us how rubbish that is. The statue is even heavier than it looks, and you strain yourself attempting to push it. Oh no! We suffer 1 damage. Right, okay, so damage decks. Let's just check that these are shuffled. Okay, so we suffer 1 damage. Weariness, flip this card face down. Okay, so Legolas is wounded. Not very good, is it? Okay, but we have done 1 strength point worth of pushing on that. And Legolas says, Gimli, come over here and help me. So that was 1 action. What is Legolas going to do as a second action? I think we're going to just, we're going to move Legolas to here as the second action. It's only 1 movement point, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay, let's turn him around so you can see. Right, Gimli's next. So Gimli's first action is to interact with this token here. Which is this one. A barred window looks out over the wilderness. When you turn back to the inn, you realise that everyone's attention has passed over you. Threat is decreased by 3. Nice. Okay, so the search token disappears. Threat has gone down. Right, that was Gimli's first action. Gimli's second action, because he's in the same area as this, can go and interact with the tall, thin man smoking the pipe. So, which of these options do you want us to do? Do you have a spare pipe? Or, pardon me, could I interest you in a healing salve? Or, what do you think of the other guests? Now, there's no hint that he is wounded, but we know that whoever is the spy is wounded. So I could offer him a healing salve. What do you think? What do you think in the chat? Which of these options do you think I should do? Pipe, healing salve, or other guests? James is saying spare pipe. Giblux is saying salve. Tom is also saying salve, and Tom's written the whole thing out in full. Well, in that case, we're good. Yeah, three people have said salve. Matt's saying salve as well. So you attempt to look unassuming. This is Gimli we're talking about here. How's Gimli going to look unassuming? So we're testing wit. Now, unfortunately, again, we've got the wrong skills here. Gimli's wit is only 2. And just to see if he's got anything that can boost it, and he doesn't. Right, okay, so we're doing a test of 2. We've drawn 1 success, and I am going to spend an inspiration, so that's 2 successes. Okay, let's see what 2 successes gets us. I do, but I warn you, I will not pay exorbitant amounts due to our surroundings. I would rather suffer the few bruises from a fall from my horse, rather than spend my already dwindling coin to an overpriced poultice. On an overpriced poultice. You continue to haggle with the man until he tosses you a few meagre coins in exchange for a small pot of eglantine salve. Okay? So, he is wounded. He says it's bruises from falling off his horse. That's what he says. Okay, so we're going to end the action phase because that is our character's done. Shadow phase, we both gain an inspiration. And the threat is going to go up by 4. Okay, so we're not quite hit 10 yet. Right, we're now in the rally phase. Okay, let's reset our decks and scout 2. Yeah, we're getting lots of skills in play, we're just not doing anything with them. And Legolas is in the bushes. I don't really want to know what Legolas is doing in the bushes, but that's where he is. So, 1, 2. We've drawn our terrible card, so that's obviously going to the bottom of the deck, and Honed Instinct is going to go into play. Now, Honed Instinct is our awesome card, so after we sprint, we can move an additional space. And our skills with sprint also have Strike 2 and Hide, and this card itself has Strike 2 and Hide. Okay, nice. So yeah, so Legolas is up for a fight, even though we're probably not going to be having any fighting. Okay. Gimli is scouting 2. Again, we've got our bad one and we've got a good one. So the good one's going in play. Right. We are done. We have scouted 2. So it is now the action phase. Right, okay. So first of all, Legolas is outside with the bushes. Legolas is going to interact with the bushes. No, that's the statue. Can we interact with the bushes? Yes, we can. Thick wild bushes grow together in tangled prickly masses. We'll investigate. You push aside the thin-needled bushes, shaking and rustling the branches. You disturb a nesting robin whose loud noises and insistent pecking force you to concede that no one trying to be stealthy could be using these bushes. You back away and watch the feathered mother tend to her young. Suffer 1 face down damage, then gain 1 inspiration. Okay, now, is this going to help us? So we've got thin needle bushes. There's a robin. Nobody stealthy could be using these bushes. Right, there's obviously clues here. But we're going to suffer a damage. So we get face down damage. That goes here. Right, so Legolas has already taken 2 damage. Can take 4. Right, so that's it. I think that's investigated. We don't really want to go back and try and move the statue again. So I think Legolas is going to move 2 and go in here. Now, we haven't got any actions left, but we have Trailblazer. So actually, instead of doing that, instead of moving Legolas, I might use the Trailblazer card because it's sprint 1, but because of Honed Instinct, it's sprint 2, and that will allow us to talk to the dwarf. Because time is of the essence here. And before you sprint, gain an inspiration. So, yeah. Did I take the inspiration it gave us? No, I don't think I did. Thank you. So yeah, I think I'm actually going to use Trailblazer. I'm going to discard Trailblazer to sprint. Before I sprint, gain an inspiration. And because of the Honed Instinct, I sprint 2. And then I can use my second action. So Legolas is going to interact with the dwarf. Let's see how this goes. Right, okay, so we have... Yeah, so the choices are reduced. We've already spoken, we already used the other one. So I'll say, what do you think of the other guests? This is what Legolas is going to say. The room seems to stand still, every ear listening. Uh-oh. Right, so Legolas is testing spirit, and Legolas's spirit is 2. So today, this has all gone a bit wrong. All of the tests are the wrong ones for the characters. Spirit 2, but I do have Unyielding Spirit. Whenever you test Spirit, you can discard this skill to add a success. So, we get 2. I'm going to spend an inspiration to make that 1, and then I'm going to discard Unyielding Spirit to make it another 1. So I have tested 2, and we got 2. Your prying must be putting the culprit, whoever they may be, ill at ease. Threat increases by 5. So that didn't work. The dwarf shrugs. I see no reason to pay much mind to strangers, sharing a common room though we may be. Right, so threat has gone to 10. That's it for Legolas. Legolas isn't doing anything else. But Legolas is here talking to the dwarf. Next, we have Gimli. Now... I'm going to move... Oh, I don't know. I kind of don't want to talk... I might go here. We might go here and we might interact with the barkeep. So yeah, so we're going to move Gimli to here. And we're going to... So that's 1. I've still got 1 movement left. And we're going to interact with the barkeep, which is this one. And we're going to say, your eyes shine brighter than the stars. I think this option has been available because we saved the ranger in the previous scenario. I think if we didn't save the ranger, we wouldn't have this option. So this is quite cool. The innkeeper flushes, but she recovers quickly. That line works better for ranger girls out under the sky. She shakes her head at some memory. How is Hanara? No, never mind, I don't want to know. Enough that she's alive and a friend of yours. You have full run of my inn while you are here, of course. Hanara meant enough to the innkeeper that she appears disposed to aid you. Though obviously you are unable to tell her the full details of your visit. The innkeeper will now allow you to search the back room. And threat has gone down by 3. Okay, so we weren't able to search the back room before, but now we are. Okay, so if we clicked on these before, it wouldn't have allowed us to do them, I think. Right, okay, so we're going to use our second movement point to move to here. In fact, let's just arrange these as they are on the thing. There you go. I've just arranged these so that they match where they are on the app. So Gimli has moved into here. So he moved one to there, spoke to the barkeep. The barkeep said, all right. And then we've moved into there. And that is it. That is the end of the action phase. Okay. So we both gain an inspiration. And threat has gone up, so we've reached the threshold. But something bad happens. Your investigation in the tavern has shown you how reticent the guests can be. One of them must be the spy, with a treacherous heart and lies on their lips. But it is difficult to discern the answer when everyone is so hostile to outsiders. Each hero suffers 3 fear. Wow. That's like scarier than fighting a troll. Spirit negates. Okay, so first of all, Legolas. Legolas's spirit is 2. So 1, 2, and we're taking 3 fear. Now I do have my cloak. I could just spend 3 inspiration. 3 inspiration for 3 successes. All done. Right, nice. Gimli's spirit is 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's drawn 2 fate icons, so we can do 2 fate. We can do 2 inspiration to give us 2 successes. Yeah, so Gimli takes a fear. So we draw a fear card, and we get anxiety. Flip 1 fear card face up, then flip this card face down. Okay, so this doesn't really do anything. It just goes there, because I don't currently have any fear cards. Right, that is it for that. Rally phase. Each hero resets their deck and then scouts 2. Okay. So while I'm doing this, just something a little bit odd about the adventurer mode. It seems a bit unusual that you get the inspiration thematically at the start of the shadow phase. It seems to be that the rally phase would be the better time to get it. I think I know why they've put it there, because you might have to do tests in the shadow phase. But still, it seems a little odd. Right, so Legolas. We're going to put light-footed into play, and this time I'm going to remember that I've got it, because light-footed is when you interact with a search or a threat token, and there is a cat over here. Oh, and it's also got sprint on it. Oh no, I'm going to put Trailblazer into play, and I'm going to put that on top. Yeah, change of mind. Change of mind. Right, okay, next. One, 2. So scouting 2 for Gimli. And we've drawn Honed Agility and Tale of Tenuvial. Now we've already got 4 skills in play. So... Oh, I meant to do that. I meant to use Travelling Song when I moved to here. Oh, except I didn't move to there. I'm going to put Tale of Tenuvial on top. I'm not really using Gimli's skills at all well, am I? And I'm going to put Honed Agility in place instead of Travelling Song. Okay, that is that. It is now the action phase again. Yes, action phase. Right, okay, so what we're going to do. Let's have a look at the situation. I think we need to do Gimli first, and we'll see what's going on in here. Yeah, so what we're going to do, we're going to investigate the statue, the barrels, or the search token. Because they're all possible things. I might leave the search token for Legolas. So we're going to investigate the statue. A half-carved statue is next to an open book. Oh! Oh, right. Interesting. So a pit has just appeared. Okay. There we go. You find the statue is a clumsy likeness of an illustration in the book. More interestingly, scuff marks on the stone floor indicate the statues has... Typo, the statue has frequently been moved back and forth. When you push the statue along these grooves, you discover a pit that leads to a tunnel with an extremely low ceiling. The spy must be using this to come and go from the inn as they please, but surely only a hobbit or dwarf could fit in such a cramped space. Right, okay, so we know it's not the human. We know it's either the hobbit or the dwarf. Is somebody writing all of this down? Because I might forget. No, probably won't. Interesting. Now, can we investigate the pit? We can. So Gimli's got two actions. The first one was to investigate the statue. The second one is going to be to investigate the pit, which is glowing. Pit. After you move into a space with a pit, you must test agility. If you've... Oh. And his agility is rubbish. His agility is 1. Normally 2, but he's wearing ring mail. Okay, so if I'd have known that, I wouldn't have done it. But I think now we're there, we have to do it. So we have to test agility. I've got an agility of 1 because of the ring mail. It is a success. And I'm going to discard my honed agility. When you test agility, you may discard this skill to add +1. There you go. So we did it. Yeah, we survived, just. Oh, sorry, that's when you move... Okay, I'm confused. I am confused. Maybe that's... Okay, so that's after you move into a space with a pit. Okay, so take that back. We didn't do that because I didn't move into a space with a pit. That's just telling me what happens. I want to investigate the pit. And it is glowing, isn't it? It does look like it's glowing. Yeah. Okay, it's not letting me investigate it. It's just coming up with that. Okay, so forget it. There is a second action to do. I don't think that pit should be glowing. So we're going to investigate the barrels. Yeah, let's just find the terrain card for the pit. Pit. Yeah, okay, so the pit is normal terrain. Shouldn't be glowing. Right, barrels. The inn is not short on good beer. Enormous barrels are piled high against the wall. John is saying, do I need to move into the pit to investigate it? Well, I'm on the space with the pit, that's the thing. So, yeah. Am I going to help myself? Yeah, it's a bit like Gimli, isn't it? He's going to help himself to the beer. You take your fill from one of the barrels. Nothing will stop you from catching this conniving, no-good, treacherous snake. Become determined. Right, okay. So, Gimli is determined, which is the skill that I had in a... the boon that I had in a previous playthrough, which I kept forgetting to use. So, determined. There you go. So yeah, so Gimli is now determined, and that is it. First action was the statue. Second action was the barrels. That is Gimli's turn done. Right, what is Legolas going to do? I think Legolas is going to spend 1 inspiration to move 1 space to here, and then we're going to interact with these 2. So the first one we're going to interact with is the fire pit, which again on the thing is glowing. Oh gosh, what happened there? Oh, that's right, sunlight. So yeah, we're going to interact with the fire pit. An enormous wobbly iron stew pot simmers over the fire in the corner of the room. Well, help ourselves. The large stew pot sways and sloshes as you try to fill your bowl. Test agility. Now, thankfully, Legolas's agility is 4. And we've got 1 success there, and I can buy loads more, but I've only got 1 inspiration, so I am going to spend that inspiration. So I've got 2 successes. Not very much. Chunks of meat, carrot and potato glisten in the gravy. The stew is hearty and surprisingly pleasing. Gaining inspiration. Okay, so I just get the inspiration back. First action is done. Can we click on it again? No. Right, so the stew has nothing to do with the investigation. Some of them do, some of them don't. We know that the statue did have something to do with the investigation, because that's eliminated it down to either the dwarf or the halfling. So now we're going to speak to the halfling, and here are our choices. How is the food? Have you found travel dangerous? Or what do you think of the other guests? Now, the what do you think of the other guests didn't really work last time. We could say, have you found travel dangerous? Ah, not as much as everyone was worried about. I'm little. I can disappear easily from the wrong sorts of folks. Your casual small talk sounds natural. Okay, we're all done. That is the end of the action phase. This is different from what I remember last time I played it. Maybe they've changed the app, or... I mean, it was over a year ago when I played it. Shadow phase. So both characters gain an inspiration. Threat goes up by 4. But then nothing else happens. Rally phase. Okay, you can't see the app screen. Sorry. I forgot to switch to the app. There you go. Right, so... yeah, each hero now scouts 2. So again, there's a lot of this in the game. There's a lot of resetting your deck. And as I mentioned last time, you know, if we were playing this with 2 players, it would be a lot quicker. So yeah, you didn't see the Hobbit action. Apologies for that. But I read it out. You sort of got it. Right, we're going to put Paths Unseen into play. Or are we going to put that on top of the deck? I think we'll put that on top of the deck. Okay. And then Gimli scouting 2. We have Clever Wit. Yeah, I mean, as much as I'm going to get rid of Fury because I don't think I'm going to be attacking at all, and that's going to go on top of the deck. Right, there we go. Action phase. Right, what we're going to do. We've still got the bushes outside. No, we've done the bushes, haven't we? Yes, the very irritable Robin. The spy could not have used them to sneak out. Well, we know that. We know how the spy sneaked out. It was through the statue here. Where is Legolas? Legolas is currently here. We know the fire pit isn't anything to do with the investigation. We've already spoken to the halfling once. We don't want to push our luck on that, do we? We could go here. There's a cat. Don't know how the cat's going to help us. We could click on the innkeeper again. Yeah, because there are still options for the innkeeper. We couldn't move the statue. Yeah, we couldn't move the statue outside. I think the statue outside. So I think the statue outside is where this comes out. I think there's a pit here, and I think there's a statue here, and I think there's another hole here, is my guess. And they use that to get out. Although, why don't they just walk out the door? So yeah, I think... Right, okay, so Legolas is going to use the Trailblazer skill to sprint, gaining an inspiration. And I could move 2, but I'm just going to move 1. And then what we're going to do is we're going to interact with the cat. And I'm going to use light-footed. When you interact with a search or threat token before you test, you can discard this skill to use agility instead and scout 1. Okay, maybe I will. We'll see what happens. So we're not going to do that. We're going to interact with the cat. So this is Legolas. Behind the innkeeper, an ancient black cat lies on the windowsill. We're going to coo at the cat. The cat does not seem impressed by your attention. You will have to try something else. So we're testing wit. Legolas's wit is 3. We don't have any boosts. We could use the light-footed to make it 4. No, that's okay. We'll go with 3. We'll go with 3. Right. 1, 2, 3. 2 successes, and I'm going to make it 3 successes. Why not? Okay, there you go. Nice. We've got some good stuff there. So 1, 2, 3. The cat stands and stretches, bounding over to you from much deserved head scratches. For much deserved. Discard the search. Ah, that's a bit meh. Nothing. All of that just for that. Right. So Legolas still has 1 action left, and we're going to talk to the innkeeper. Now, what we're going to say. I mean, could it be the innkeeper? Could the innkeeper be the traitor? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the last time we asked people about their guests, it didn't do well for the threat. But I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, can you tell us about your guests? You consider subtle ways to ask about the other guests. Right, we are testing wit. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm going to spend... See, I don't know how many successes are the right number of successes. We've got 1, and we can buy up to 3 more. And I do have 3 inspiration. I'm just going to buy 2. I'm going to buy 2 more. So we have got 3 successes. The innkeeper nods knowingly and lowers her voice. Well, they keep to themselves mostly, and I give them their privacy. They've all been here about a week now, and I'm appreciating the coin and the company. None of them complain when I lock everyone in for the night. Some guests hate that, but it's for their own good. No one comes or goes when the moon's high. I'm always willing to let a guest out into the yard for a midnight pipe if they need it. But even then, I keep a close eye. I keep a close watch just in case. Right, is there anything useful here that's going to help us at all? Midnight pipe. So they let a guest out into the yard for a midnight pipe if they need it, but they keep a close watch. Okay, I don't know if that's helped us at all. Yeah, not sure. Anyway, that is Legolas done. So we have Gimli. Gimli's not done anything yet. I kind of want to do everything that there is to do here before moving out because of the pit, because otherwise you might move in and fall down the pit. So I think Gimli is going to search this token here, which is books. Probably not his strong point, but yeah, several thin, dusty books are laid near a window. It'll probably be just lore that we get from this. Okay. Yes, +1 lore. You thumb through the dog-eared volumes and find yourself drawn in by the lovingly detailed descriptions of smithing techniques. Yeah, lore increases by 1, discard the search token. Right, okay, so search token has been discarded. Gimli has 1 action left. We've done the statue, we've done the barrels. I don't think there's anything more to click on here. No, there isn't. So Gimli is now going to move. Do we move and do we go and speak to the Hobbit? Or do we speak to the man in the corner? No, because we know it's the Hobbit or the dwarf. So, oh, we've done 1 action. Have we done 1 action? Yeah, we've done 1 action, interacting with the book. So Gimli is just going to move 1, 2. And at the end of the turn, we're going to discard this skill to prepare a song from my discard pile. Oh, I don't have one. Oh well, right, we're done. That is the end of the turn. Maybe the statue in front of it is an information drop. Yes, could be. Could be. But anyway, we are done for this round. Shadow phase. Both characters gain an inspiration. Threat goes up. We are running out of time. And then the rally phase. So yeah, we're scouting 2. And then we're ready for the action phase. So, we haven't found very much, have we? Maybe ask the thin human about the others as we know it isn't him. That is true. That is very true. Okay, clever wit or unyielding spirit. Let's go for clever wit and put that on top. And Fury, which we don't really want, and Restless Axe. Restless Axe will have, instead of that one. Okay, right, we're good to go. So, what is it we're doing? Yeah, if a human goes outside for a pipe at night, maybe he saw something. Good point. Good point. Show your scar to the dwarf. Right, okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do Legolas first. And Legolas is going to use his first action to move. 1 movement point to here. Saving the movement point and then interacting with the ranger. And we're going to say, what do you think of the other guests? The room seems to stand still, every ear listening. So we're testing spirit. Oh no, the spirit is only 2. Yeah, should have done this with Gimli. Ah, no, we've got light-footed. When you interact with a search or threat token, it's not a search or threat token. Ah, it's a person token. Never mind. We can buy 2 successes. We have 2 of these. We only have 2 inspiration, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy 2 successes. Okay, your prying must be putting the culprit, whoever they may be, ill at ease. Okay, so that didn't work. The man considers your question. No one here is worth my good opinion. Only hours ago I saw the dwarf over there finishing off a skinny, injured wolf, and immediately after he started bragging about the conquest, even showing off his wounds as if they were badges of honour. Right, okay. Oh, Neil's here. Hi Neil, thank you for joining in. Yes, this mission is a bit short, but it is a bit different. Yeah, that's the great thing. This mission is very different from the other ones. So, the dwarf was finishing off an injured wolf, and he bragged about the conquest, showing off his wounds. So therefore it's the hobbit. Yeah, is that right? I think if the dwarf is wounded... Oh, he might have been lying. Oh no, the dwarf was finishing off a skinny, injured wolf. So I think it's the hobbit. Yeah, go and ask him about his scar. Right, so Legolas has got 1 movement left. We're going to use that movement to go into the space with the hobbit. And then on Gimli's movement, we're going to go 1 to here, and then we're going to interact with the dwarf. Look at this scar. I got it wrestling a bear. And we're testing might. Impressing the dwarf with tales of our feats of strength. Now, finally, Gimli's might is 4, and we're determined. So, I can discard this boon to discard any number of cards and reveal any more cards. Okay, so I've drawn a blank and 3 successes. 3 fate. So I think I might just get rid of all 4 and reveal 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, so I've got 2 actual successes and 2 fate. So I think I'm going to spend... two inspiration to make it 4 successes. It's probably overkill, but I'm just nervous. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The dwarf rolls up one sleeve, revealing a great deal of bruising. Met a hungry wolf in the wilds just the other night, but I fended it off single-handedly with only this to show for it. I think that's it. I think it's the hobbit, isn't it? James is saying, could be the hobbit, but check the outside statue first. But we don't have time. Or do we have time? Yes, we do have time. Right, that is it for this. Oh no, Gimli's got 1 movement point left. So we're gonna move Gimli to there. Okay. Then that is it. We are gonna end our action phase. Shadow phase, both characters get an inspiration. Threat increases. Oh, is it gonna hit the next trigger? Oh, it is. Rats. You notice the guests in the inn have started to close off, hostile to your continued investigation. Soon the spy will surely slip away and fetch their allies. You should use deduction, the information you have gathered, to catch them before they can get away. Each hero discards 1 boon. Okay, well, my heroes didn't have any boons because I forgot to discard the one on Gimli, but there we go. Rally phase, scouting 2, and then the next threat is at 34. Right, okay, so let's do the scouting 2 for Legolas, and then I think Gimli's going to go there and try and move the statue, and then Legolas is going to apprehend the Hobbit and say the Hobbit's the spy. Okay, got too many skills in play. Light-footed or honed agility. I'll have the honed agility, I'll discard the clever wit, and I'll put the light-footed on top of my deck. Right, Gimli. I meant to use Endless Melody to put something into play, but I forgot. Again, I'd much prefer to play this 2-player just because, for me, there's enough going on with one character. How am I doing? Technical issues. Lots and lots of technical issues, unfortunately, and it's really bothering me, and I'm trying to just take a deep breath and focus and get past them. Thankfully, stream hasn't crashed for a while. Michael's here from Germany. Hi, Michael. Thank you for joining in. And yeah, if you've stuck with me, thank you for sticking with me through the technical issues at the start. But if it isn't one thing with XSplit, it's another. And just as one thing gets fixed, another thing gets broken. Right, I've taken that and I'm going to just put that and then discard it. Right, we are done. We are now in the action phase. So, Gimli is going to move to here and interact with this statue. Because Legolas can't, Legolas can't move it because he's a weakling. Right, statue. So we're testing might. Now, his might is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 2 successes, and I am going to spend an inspiration for a 3rd. I could spend another inspiration for a 4th, but I think 3 might be enough because Legolas has already done 1 of them. Yeah, solo bookkeeping is the horror. Yeah. The statue shifts slightly, revealing a ripped section of vellum, which is yellowed with age. The scrap of paper contains a fragment of an amusing song that raises your spirits. Become determined. Again. But is that anything? That wasn't anything, was there? Okay, yeah, that wasn't anything. So the statue, turns out, was just, yeah, just flavour. Nothing to do with the investigation. The bushes were... right, so Gimli moved 1, did that and moved back. Legolas... Are we just going to try and apprehend the Hobbit? I think we are. I mean, we could say, how is the food here first? Yeah, we'll say, how is the food here? Oh, do you appreciate good food too? You have a moment to impress the Hobbit with an old family recipe. So Legolas is testing wisdom. Legolas's wisdom is 3. And we have the ancient wisdom skill. So we've got 2 successes and I will discard that for a 3rd. Okay, so 3 successes. Ah, yes. Personally, I miss my mum's hotcakes. I took a nasty spill on a walk earlier. Those hotcakes with a good helping of Uncle Ralphin's raspberry preserves on top would be a divine remedy. For the soul, of course. Okay, so yeah, he took a nasty spill on a walk earlier. Did he now? Did he now? Or is it a she? It's a she, isn't it? Yeah, switch screen. Sorry. Oh no, we're on the right screen. Yeah. So I think we're going to apprehend the spy, which isn't an action actually. If your guess is mistaken, you will not receive another try. Failing to guess at all, however, will be an equal disappointment. Are we sure about this? What do you think in the chat? Do we think it's the Hobbit? I think it is, because we know it's either the Hobbit or the Dwarf, and we know it's not the Dwarf. So it's got to be the Hobbit. I mean, this isn't like a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, is it? So we're going to apprehend the spy, which is an action. As you struggle to take the agent into your custody, the rest of the inn erupts in confusion. The spy at first loudly protests their innocence, then slips into the harsh language of the orcs to curse you in your name. Finally, the scene quiets and you are able to question the informant at length. The spy reveals that the man from the south Hanara heard of is called Atarin, and he is knowledgeable in the old things that lie in the ruins of the once great kingdom of Arnor. He hopes to gather powerful relics from throughout the land through the aid of his orc army. Atarin's orcs have already started to march to the ruined city of Fornost, where they seek something called the Silent Scepter. The Scepter, the spy says, is rumoured to lead to an even greater treasure. The heroes win! You have identified Atarin, the ultimate foe. You will need to travel to Fornost and hopefully stop whatever plan he has for the Silent Scepter. Lore increases by 3, each hero receives 4 experience. Da-da-da! Right, we did it. So yeah, that shouldn't have taken an hour and a half. With all of the technical issues and everything else, that should have been about 45 minutes or so. And that was a nice change in pace. Chapter 4. It's interesting to see what they can do with the system, with the app. It allows for a lot more variation and stuff like that. So anyway, we're now going to carry on because I said I was going to play 2 chapters today. So we're going to do the Silent Scepter. Now I think this is as far as I got. I can't remember playing this far before. So the Silent Scepter. The enemy is converging on the ruined city of Fornost Arain, locally known as Dead Man's Dyke. With what little you learned from the Orc informant, you set out in search of the power behind the Orc threat, the mysterious Atarin. Who precisely Atarin is and why he seeks an artifact called the Silent Scepter remains a mystery for now. The next adventure will be a journey map. Okay, so we are going to take these off. We're going to move all of this. This is not needed anymore. These can go back over here. This can come off. And this can go down here. Right, okay. This is quite a long one, says Neil. Oh, right, okay. I'm supposed to be cooking dinner at 5. I'll try and play quick. Now, we can respec our characters, but in order to save time... Oh, items is glowing. So we can upgrade the ring mail. Should we do it? We could upgrade the ring mail for Evandim ring mail. Go on, let's do it. Let's get Gimli some better ring mail. Right, so we take away the ring mail that he's got. Where's the equipment? Is this the equipment? I think this is the equipment. What is it I'm cooking tonight? Can't remember. It's all downstairs. The recipe's downstairs. All the ingredients are downstairs. No, I can't even remember. We picked it at the weekend. Come on. Where are you? Here we go. Evandim ring mail. So the difference is agility is still decreased by 1, but the fear limit goes up by 1. Oh, is that it? Yeah. So the only difference is the fear limit has gone up by 1. Not that big a deal. Not that big a deal at all. I can mix it, cooking and gaming. No, I don't think I could. I don't think I could. That goes. All of these go. We're not determined anymore. And right, okay, so we're going back to the app. What's this group? Okay, so XP. We're going to put in Word of Warning. And Gimli's going to put in Song of Mocking, because we've used those before. So I'm going to put them back. So Word of Warning. Yeah, and Song of Mocking. Where's that gone? And there are still parts of the game we've not seen yet. There are like little items, and there are these counters, and I've not used these yet. I've not used these yet at all. Can't remember what they're called. But yeah, haven't actually used them. We're on chapter 5 and haven't used them. Right, where are the skills? These are the titles. Here we go, Pathfinder, Ambush, Baited Trap, Trail Sign, Find a Way, Shortcut and Stop. Okay, I'm missing a load of cards that were here. Here we are. So Song of Mocking is going in. Yeah, I can't seem to find Pathfinder 1, Pathfinder 2. Was it Word of Warning? Yeah, it was Word of Warning, wasn't it? Right, so Word of Warning is going in. That goes in, that goes in, that goes in, that goes in. Let's make sure I've got Pathfinder 1 already in play. There you go. Inspiration goes. And we need Song of Mocking is going in. Okay, there we go. We're all trinkets. Need to go after more search tokens or complete mini quests. Oh, I thought I'd been doing that. Quite disappointed by that Evandin ring mail, actually. Thought that might have been a bit better considering the amount of lore that it cost. And I think unlike respecking your characters with skills, I don't think you can respec the items, can you? You can't get rid of that now. It's gone. And we've only got 27 lore left. Yeah. Okay, right. Characters set. Off we go. Continue. I actually don't like Gimli as a musician, but we're going to carry on. We're going to stick with it. There's just certain skills he's got that I don't think are that great. Okay, you arrive in the ruined city of Fornos-Derain, sprawling remnant of a previous age. The small band of orcs you have been following has tripled in size, and the host now haphazardly swarms over the city. They ransack at the already bare buildings with growing agitation, searching futilely for an artifact they called the Silent Scepter. You must discover what they want with it. And yes, my sleeves are the wrong size sleeves. I know this. I know this. I just don't have the right size ones. Okay. So, we are setting up this. So we need 307A. Right, so all my tiles are off camera. Oh, here's 307A. Found it. So this is going... Now, you look at the map and you can see where the fog is, so you know where it's going to expand. So if we put that there, that's going to expand in that direction. So this wants to go like that. Yeah, I think that wants to go there. So that is 307A. Skirting the city, you locate a patrol that has set up a secluded outpost. Perhaps if you can find the leader, he will give up more information. Okay. After a few minutes of observing the patrol's movements, you watch a large orc emerge from his tent, cautiously observing his surroundings. It is not Gulgatar, but the other orcs do defer to him, hunching over in his presence to appear smaller. He must be their captain. Place one orc marauder as indicated. This is the captain that you must defeat and capture. Okay, so we look in the bottom left and we can see that it is an elite one with an elite banner. Okay, so orc marauder. That is this one. So I'll just show you my my paint job again on these. So this is an orc marauder. So this is the captain. That's there. And he's got the banner, which means he's elite. So we can click on his banner here and we can find out more details about him later. The patrol is small and you believe you have marked each of its members. Okay, so we need 2 ruffians there. Okay, so now one thing that I've been doing this week is I have been cutting a foam insert for my figures to keep them safe. So once I've painted them, I make one of these foam inserts. This is just packing foam, and then I use a razor blade to basically cut specialist spaces for them. It's a lot of time, it's a lot of effort, but it means I can transport this game anywhere because there'll be a layer of foam and the figures are perfectly protected. I just like looking after things that I've spent like 30 hours painting. I know most people just varnish them and throw them in the box, but I can't do that. I can't do that at all. Right, so these are going here. That's those two ruffians. Right, tile 200A. That's going on the edge. 200A. Aha! Right, that's going up here. Like that. I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay, 200A. You observe the patrol from a grove of gnarled oaks. Place heroes as indicated. Right, so the heroes are starting there, and then we scout 3. Okay, so heroes are going here. There is the captain that we need to defeat, and there are 2 ruffians here. Okay, and we're scouting 3. And then are we ready to go? Objective updated. Defeat the patrol captain. Action phase. Right, off we go then. So, yes, been busy. So yeah, I mean, yeah, last night was an hour and a half in front of TV. Watched the latest episode of Mock the Week and Have I Got News for You? So that bit took me about an hour and a half last night to do, and I just about finished Legolas and Gimli's basing yesterday as well. Tonight's job was going to be to start painting the hill troll. To be honest, I might just spend tonight learning OBS because I've been putting it off for so long, and I'm having so many streaming issues at the moment. I'm getting a bit sick of it. Okay, I'm going to put Paths Unseen into play. And I'm going to put the other 2 on the bottom of the deck. No, I'm going to put Time in Need on top of the deck. Right, okay. Gimli, scouting 3. 1, 2, 3. Do you think something like Gloomhaven would benefit from an app in this style? In different ways. I think Gloomhaven would benefit from the Gloomhaven Helper app, which is available. Yeah, the Gloomhaven Helper inbuilt app. Would it benefit from an app like this where, you mean where it reveals the rooms and tells you what's in the rooms and reads out the narrative? Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm surprised somebody hasn't done one, but that would actually be really cool as well. The problem with apps is you've got to keep them updated, and then the operating system updates. It's a lot of work to keep apps updated. We're going to put Song of Mocking into play, and we're going to put the other one on top of the deck. Right, scouting is done. We are all ready. Action phase, and we're going to have some combat. So we don't have any exploration tokens or anything. We literally have just defeat the patrol captain. This is a nice, easy little mini introduction to this section, because you know it's going to get big, because we've got all this to explore. But right now, our objective is just to defeat this. So it's wary, and it's got veteran. So you cannot apply stun or lethal. And it's also veteran. Each enemy gains extra health. When this group attacks, it's fear and... right, okay, so it does lots of damage extra. It's got 10 health and 2 armor. Okay. Right. Whereas the ruffians, they've got 5 health each and no armor. So, unfortunately, the ruffians are too far away. So, Legolas and Gimli are here. The captain is here, so we can shoot the captain, but the ruffians are 2 away. So I think what we're going to do is, I think we're going to do Legolas first, and we're just going to shoot the captain. Yeah, we'll just have 2 attack actions on shooting the captain. Why not? Okay, so attack is agility, and we get 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't start with any inspiration, did I? Oh, and Gloomhaven Digital, yeah. Gloomhaven Digital, obviously, that's a different way of playing Gloomhaven, but that does a huge amount of the admin for you. And Gloomhaven Digital is fantastic, and I have done some streams on it, including one last week. Very, very good. Okay, so I think we're attacking. Yeah, first action is attack, and I've drawn one success, unfortunately, and I don't have any inspiration. So all that one success does is 2 hits, which is no good because it actually has 2 armor. Yeah, so that does nothing. Now, can it attack back? I don't think it can because it's not ranged, so it can't attack back. Okay, but now we're going to attack it again. So exactly the same again. Legolas is going to use his second action to attack it again at range. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, not having any inspiration is a problem. Okay, we've drawn 2 successes. 2 successes is 5 hits according to the Great Bow, which means we can go into here and we can apply 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Okay. It's something at least. Can the enemy attack? No. Right, that is Legolas done, unless we decide to use any of our skills to move or anything like that, which I'm not going to do. Right, Gimli is going to charge in and hit it, I think, because that's the kind of person he is. So first action is going to be to move, because I don't have any ways of moving 1. So we're going to have to basically go in with the first action. And yeah, we're going to attack. So attacking with the axe is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we have this special ability that we can put 1 card on top of the deck. We've drawn 1 success, which I'm going to put back on top of the deck. But 1 success with the axe is 2 hits and sunder. But wasn't it immune to sunder? What was it immune to? Stun and lethal. Okay, so sunder. I think that permanently reduces the armor by 1 and 2 hits. Okay, can it attack back? Yes, it can. So the orc raises its weapons overhead and bars jagged teeth. Might negates. We've taken 3 damage and 1 fear. So we are doing a might test to try and negate 4 damage. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And we've drawn, wow, we've drawn 3 successes. So actually that's only 1 damage. And I'm going to take it on. Do I take damage or do I take fear? I think I'm going to take fear. Oh, I've got Song of Mocking. During your turn, you may discard this skill to apply stun to an enemy in your space. But we can't stun it because it's immune to stun. I should be able to generate lots of inspiration though, which is always helpful. Yes. So the fear card is Gloom. Flip this card face down. Right, done. That is it. That is our turn over. So we are finished. End the action phase, yes. So shadow phase, we both get an inspiration. Yep. And then... Right, so this is the ruffians. The ruffians are moving to and attacking Legolas. So yeah, so the ruffians go into here. And they attack Legolas. A warrior moves with blinding speed, slashing at you with wide arcs. Okay, so wit negates. So it's 2 damage, but wit negates. And after this attack, flip 2 damage face up. Okay, so we've got 3 wit. And we need 2 successes. And we've drawn nothing. So I'm not going to buy any successes, but then I am going to use my cloak to spend an inspiration to prevent one of that damage, which is effectively the same. So I take 1 damage, and then after this attack, flip the damage face up. So this is bad. I think what I do is I take the damage, resolve it, flip it face down, and then flip it up afterwards. I mean, that's the way it's worded. That seems harsh. That seems very harsh. Okay, so the damage I've taken is short of breath. Discard all of your boons. I don't have any. Then flip this card face down, and then after the attack, I flip it face up. Discard all of my boons. I don't have any. Flip it face down. Right, okay. I think that's right. Confirm. Shadow deepens, though hope yet endures. Okay, so the elite enemy didn't actually attack us back because he was exhausted. Right, rally phase, scouting 2, and then action phase. Yes. Okay, so here we go. Legolas has no inspiration, and he's got 2 ruffians on him. We're probably going to have to fight those. Okay, so scouting 2, I've drawn Word of Warning and Unyielding Spirit. I will put Word of Warning in play, because that's good because he's about to test agility. But I'm going to put the Unyielding Spirit on the bottom of the deck because it doesn't have a success icon on it, and we don't have any inspiration. Right, Gimli should have used the Endless Melody and forgot again. I'm always forgetting. Okay, 1, 2. We draw an Ancient Wisdom and Time of Need. So Time of Need, when you test, if you don't reveal any successes, you can discard this skill to convert all fate into successes. That's pretty good. We'll have that. And I'm going to put Ancient Wisdom on top of the deck because I have an inspiration. Okay, we are ready. It is the action phase. And I'm going to do... Oh, we need the inspiration. We really do. I'm going to do Gimli first. Okay, so Gimli's going to go first, and Gimli is going to attack. Yeah, so the Sunder was quite good, because it actually got rid of one of the points of armor permanently. Right, so Gimli is attacking 4. Okay, no successes at all. But we are going to use 1 inspiration to convert a fate into a success. And I'm not going to put any on top of my deck. So it's actually... it's Sunder and 2 hits. Okay, so it's not too bad. But we're going to get a retaliation. An orc pulls a dagger from its boot and throws it at your head. Agility negates. Right, now this is really bad, right? Because we're about to take 3 damage and a fear. And agility negates. And Gimli's agility... So Gimli's agility is 1. Oh, wait a minute. I should have done my Time of Need. Oh, rats. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, let's just undo this. Forget this. This didn't happen. Let's just undo. Again, too much going on. Instead of spending the inspiration to boost that to a success, I drew no successes. So I could have actually discarded the skill to convert all of these into successes, which would have been 3, which would have been 6 hits, which would have been enough to kill it. So I'm actually just going to undo this, and I'm just going to kill it. There you go. Right. Remove an orc marauder. You or a nearby hero gains an inspiration. Right, okay. So yeah, slight cheating. I'm giving it to Legolas. Look into songs. Yes, I do need to look into the songs. I don't fully get how they all work. Anyway, we undid it. We redid it as I meant to do it. So we have an objective. Updated is to interrogate the patrol captain. The patrol leader collapses to the ground unconscious. You heft his body to his tent and throw him inside. Hopefully you can get some information out of him. Search token as indicated. Okay. So search token now goes here instead of the Orc Marauder. There you go. Let's leave him over here. Put him over there. Right, so that was the first action. That was the first action that Gimli did, was to attack, and I did really well, honestly. So my second action is to interact with the search token. The patrol captain sits bound in his own tent, your only source of information. Cupping a small amount of water in your hand from a fetid puddle, you splash it across the orc's forehead. The creature takes a moment to focus, then spews black spittle across your face. Test might, and we need 2 successes. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have drawn 2 successes, just. Right, we've passed. You draw your weapon in response and demand information. He cringes slightly and begins to speak. Gulgatar seeks the silent scepter for his master Atarin, he snarls. The finder gets double rations for a week. When you ask what it looks like, he laughs. Nobody knows. Everybody's snatching up anything that looks a bit like, Scepter-like. Gulgatar says that deep underground beneath this city there's a lake, like a mirror, whose waters know the scepter. Beyond that, he claims to know nothing more. Yeah, I don't think I've played this one before. Gain 2 inspiration. Okay. 1, 2. Now that you know what you seek, you lift your gaze to the sprawling ruin before you. Somewhere within the city, the silent scepter lies, and somewhere beneath the city, a lake will reveal its purpose. You must find the silent scepter before Atarin's forces. Okay. So 101A, as indicated, which is this little one here. So that's going to go there. 308B. B is this one. So this is going in here. Like the way that these get made up as a little jigsaw. 100A, which is another little one. So that's going to go in there. Right, exploration tokens on each of those. So they are unexplored. And our objective is to locate the scepter. The patrol captain sits bound in his own tent. Your only source of information. Right, we can do one of these 3 things. What do you think? And yes, Neil, if the card doesn't say otherwise, you don't have to discard it. Yeah, I saw that last time. It's like Trailblazer says, before you sprint, gain an inspiration. That's a permanent thing that I now have in place. So whenever I sprint, I gain an inspiration. It doesn't have to be that card. It's on any card. Which of these options do you want me to do? We can interrogate the orc more roughly, kill him, or release him. I don't like the idea of releasing him. In fact, can we do any of these? I don't think we can do any of these because Gimli's first action was to attack. Second action was to interrogate. Is that a second action? Or is this the action? I don't think I can't remember. Too much has happened since. I can't remember if Gimli's actually had a second action or not. I'm going to put this for now. I'm going to put it here. But we are going to spread out. Anybody in the chat remember, has Gimli had a second action or not? Not, says Ian. Thank you. Right, okay, so which one of these should we do? Interrogate him more thoroughly, more roughly, kill him or release him. Yeah, so I don't want to release him. Maybe we'll interrogate him more roughly. Yeah, we're going to do this one. Sorry if the chat says something else, but it's looking a bit quiet, so we're going to interrogate him more roughly. You loom over the orc, debating his fate. Orcs are not known for their honesty. If he knows more, you must find out. Your eyes meet, and his face hardens into a scowl. Okay, so we're testing wisdom. Now, Gimli's wisdom is only 2. Must remember I've got endless melody. I got 2 successes. Huzzah! Suddenly we found Gimli's strong point. Is that enough? You emerge from the tent a few minutes later. You clean your hands in a shallow pool of water. The orc gave up no further information. Pah. The muddy water burns against your broken knuckles. The orc is dead. Oh, though that was not your intent. You gaze at your clouded reflection in the brown and red pool at your feet. Oh, this is bad. Gain a weakness and place it on top of your deck, then suffer 1 fear and discard this search token. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right, so we suffer a fear. Hysteria. You and each nearby hero suffer 1 damage, then discard this card. Okay, not good. So 1 damage for Gimli. Suffer 1 face down fear, then flip this card face down. Okay, yeah, this is really not good. 1 damage for Legolas is weariness. Flip this card face down. Right, we also get another weakness. So I need the weakness cards. Yeah, sorry, with the chat being slightly delayed, I didn't see anybody's response. So we've got the weakness slowed. Makes no difference, it's just for a bit of flavour. That goes on top of the deck. And then discard the search token. Right, okay. So yeah, that didn't go at all well. Right, that is Gimli's turn done. Gimli had one heck of a turn. So now it is Legolas. Legolas is here. Legolas has these 2 ruffians. And I think Legolas is just going to attack. So, yeah. First attack on the ruffians is 4 agility. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see what we get. Because I'm not going to be able to kill both of them because you can only get 1 success. You can only activate each line on a card once. So I can't kill both of them with this. Right, let's see what we get. We get 1 success. But what I'm going to do is I am going to use Word of Warning. When you or a nearby hero tests agility, you may discard this skill to add 1 success. Oh, I should have done that when he was throwing the orc at Gimli. Sorry, Gimli, I forgot. So that's 2 successes, which is 5 hits. And I scout 1. Oh, and I need to do the endless melody on Gimli's turn. No, I didn't. Yes, thank you. Let's do this first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Remove a ruffian. Yes. Can it attack back? Yes. So 1 ruffian is removed. And then a man unsheathes a huge sword and attacks. Might negates. Legolas's might. Oh, I need to do a scout. I need to do a scout 1, which is that. And then we're doing a negate test for this. Okay, so this is not good. I've drawn nothing. So this is going to be 2 damage and a fear. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this inspiration to prevent 1 of the damage. So it's 1 damage and 1 fear. We are getting absolutely beaten up here. Yep, So the damage is exhaustion. Keep this card face up. When you scout during the rally phase, you cannot place cards back on top of your deck. Okay. And then the fear is keep the card face down. Okay, so Legolas has taken 3 damage and 1 fear. Right, that is Legolas's first attack done and the retaliation. Quickly switch back to Gimli because I did forget to do the Endless Melody. So I'm discarding the skill to prepare a song from the discard pile and gain an inspiration. I can't have an inspiration. But I'm gonna do Travelling Song. I'm gonna put Travelling Song into play. Okay, right, back to Legolas. We're gonna do our second attack, which is another 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and we've got 2 successes, which is 5 hits, which is fine. So, shooty shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Remove a ruffian, gain an inspiration. Right, okay, so, whew. So the ruffian is removed, and I gain an inspiration. Right, that was Legolas's turn. We are done. That is the end of the action phase. It's exhausting. Ben's here. Hi, Ben. Thank you for joining in. Shadow phase. Both characters gain an inspiration. Gimli can't have one because he's at his max. Right. Threat goes up. No bad guys on the board. So reset the deck and scout 2 and then action phase. Right. Okay. Whew. So my characters, very start of this scenario, are really, really badly wounded. Yeah, this might be a tricky one. We might die. If you die, do you have to start all over again? Wow, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Russ is here. Hi, Russ. You watched the Drake Hollow stream earlier. Yeah, it was good. I'm definitely going to be playing that again on Thursday. Yeah, I can see that's a game I'm going to play quite a lot if I had the time, along with all of the other ones that I've got that I'd like to play if I had the time. What am I doing? I'm scouting 2. I'm going to put Time of Need in play and Endless Undying Might on top of my deck. Right, and Gimli. One, 2. Well, Restless Axe is going in play. Slowed is going to the bottom of the deck. Obvs. Right, there we go. Action phase. Okay, so there's no bad guys on the board. We need to be exploring these areas here. So I think I'm going to do... I'm going to do Gimli first. Yeah. So Gimli's going to go first. Gimli's going to go move first. And go 1 and then 2 into here. So we've moved into 101A. So we're going to explore this area. Now, hang on a minute. Just thinking about this. Gimli's already at full inspiration. He can't have any more. So maybe I should use Legolas first. I might find some enemies, and then Gimli can go charging in with his axe. Yeah, let's do that first. Let's use Legolas first. So we'll use Legolas, move 1, 2. So we're going to explore here instead. Ruin has come to these structures. Somehow only the common well survives intact. Discard the exploration token and gain an inspiration. Okay, right. Let's see what's on here. Has the stream crashed again? I think the stream might have crashed again. Yeah, I'm trying to switch screens. No, has it crashed, or are we still on? I think we're still on. Okay, everything seems to stop responding. But it hasn't crashed. It's okay. We're all right. What was I doing? Here we go. Right. The ground roils and shifts beneath the surface, creating a dangerous expanse. Place a threat token as indicated. Okay, so we need a threat token there. And an old forge stands still and cold. If the scepter is within its stores, it will surely be difficult to find. So we need a search token next to where Legolas is. And out of the corner of your vision, you notice movement. Your foes have also identified the forge and are moving towards it. Right, an orc marauder on the indicated space, and it's going to be the same one as last time because the figure's next to me. And a goblin scout on the indicated space. Okay, so we need a goblin scout. And there's an old stone signal tower, long past its prime, rises at the edge of a crumbled wall. Search token there. Journey continues. Right, lots of things on the board then. So we've got, all very green, this isn't it? I might change the colour balance a bit because it does look a bit too greeny. Which one is it? It's that one. That better? I think that's better. That's a bit less green, isn't it? Yeah, that's a lot better. I had the colour balance completely the wrong way. I think it's because that camera is set to auto white balance and it doesn't seem to adjust properly. But yeah, that's much better colours. There you go. Right, okay, sorry for that. So anyway, what we've got is we've got Legolas here. We've got the search token next to him, which is the... so this is the old forge here, which is where next to where Legolas is. We've got an orc marauder here, which is next to the old stone signal tower. And then we have a goblin scout here, next to the ground, which is roiling and shifting beneath the surface. So there's a threat token there. So lots of stuff going on here. And that was Legolas's first action. So I think we're going to shoot. Let's have a look at the status on the Orc Marauder. Okay, if we get 3 successes, we will kill it. Because that'll be 7 damage. 2 armor, 5 health. We probably want Gimli to go in and get that one. So I think Legolas is going to shoot the Goblin Scout. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do. So Legolas is going to attack the Goblin Scout at range. Attack of 4. I've still got all my skills and stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's see what we get. We have 1 success, and I'm going to buy another success. Okay, so 1 success from that card. I'm going to buy another success. That is 2 successes. 2 successes is 5 hits. 5 hits is a dead Goblin Scout. Which means I will probably get the inspiration back, and the Goblin Scout is removed. Didn't last long. Right, okay. That's it. That is Legolas is done. Legolas moved and then attacked. It is now Gimli's turn. So Gimli, first of all, moves to here, then moves to here. So that's his 2 movement, and then attacks the Orc Marauder. Could use the Travelling Song, but no. And I could use the Song of Mocking. And we've got this Restless Axe. So I've got all sorts of skills in play that I'm pointing to that you can't see. I've got these skills in play here that are going to be quite useful, I think. So, yeah. Let's do that. Let's attack with Gimli. So 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I need 3 successes, really. 3 successes would be great. 1. Okay, now, I could buy an extra one. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spend an inspiration to buy an extra one. So that's 2 successes. And I'm going to put the Travelling Song card on top of my deck because I'm allowed to do that. So that's 2 successes. 2 successes with the Battle Axe is 6 hits. But then what I'm going to do is I am going to discard the Restless Axe to do an extra 2 hits. So that's 8 hits. So 8 hits is enough. Okay. Done. I get the inspiration back. Or I could give the inspiration to Legolas. I'm going to give the inspiration to Legolas because I'm in a generous mood. Okay, and then the Orc Marauder is removed. Which scenario is this? This is scenario 5. This is chapter 5 of the story. Right, okay, so back to the app. I think we're done. Gimli moved 2. Gimli moved 2 and attacked, and that is it. That is the end of the action phase. A bit more successful than the start of this scenario, but it's still early days. Both characters gain a inspiration, so they're both at the max now. Threat increases by 5, 2 for each character and 1 for the threat token. Right, rally phase, scouting 2, and then it's the action phase. Okay, so off we go. How are we doing for time? 4:15. We're definitely going to overrun today from 5 o'clock due to lots of technical issues at the start and the first scenario taking a little bit longer than planned. I'm still aiming to finish around 5, but it might be 5:30. Yeah. Oops. Right, okay, so scouting 2. Now, I cannot put cards back on top of my deck because I'm exhausted. I'm going to put Keen Eyes in play because it's awesome. And I'm going to get rid of... So that's going on the bottom and that's getting discarded. Right, Gimli. And I mustn't forget, but Legolas has got this free movement. Once per turn, I can spend an inspiration to move 1 space without provoking attacks. 1, 2. Right, what we're going to have? Well, we've got a Restless Axe and a Travelling Song. I'm going to have a Restless Axe and Travelling Songs going on top of the deck. Okay. Okay, action phase then. So we have lots of things. 1 scenario per stream. No, it was for the first one. But after that, I'm doing 2 scenarios per stream. 2 chapters per stream. So yeah, we've got these here tokens. So Legolas has got this token and this one. Gimli's got this one. So we'll do Legolas first. We're first of all going to interact with this search token here, which is this, the Old Forge. You force a rusted lock off the door to the storehouse attached to the forge. You find the storehouse littered with the remains of tools and weapons, rusted and half-made implements for use by the craftspeople of Fornost in centuries past. Blades abandoned so long ago that they are tarnished darker than orcish steel, and scrap saved for reforging and then forgotten. Test wit. Okay, so Legolas is testing wit. I discarded my clever wit skill. So 1, 2, 3. Are we witty enough? Are we clever enough to work out what this is? 3 successes. Wow. Okay, well then. That's not enough. I don't know what is because that's the best I can do. Ignoring the remnants of the smith's day-to-day work scattered about the floor, the tables and the walls, you hunt around in back. Moving aside a heavy cabinet, you find a bundle squirreled away deep and hidden from the light. Inside it, a length of polished and meticulously shaped steel. A scepter. Oh, we found it. Right, okay. Lore increases by 1, threat decreases by 4. Place this search token on the sheet of a hero in your space. They are carrying a scepter. Right, Legolas has got a scepter. That didn't take long. Holding the scepter in your hand, you realise that you have no way of knowing if this is the artifact you seek. For while it is well made, it does not seem magical or otherwise important. You recall what you've learned. The waters of the lake know the scepter. You must keep your eye out for other possible scepters while discovering the location of the underground lake. Okay, so it's a scepter. Not the scepter, it's a scepter. Right, objective updated. Locate the lake or additional scepters. Right, I see. Right, okay, so Legolas is now going to spend his inspiration to move one space without provoking attacks. Okay. And then we're going to deal with this threat token here. The ground roils and shifts beneath the surface, creating a dangerous expanse. Yes, the rocks underfoot shake as if to throw you off. But somewhere at the centre of this quake, you sense the answer to the turmoil. Test might. If you are a dwarf, get loads and loads and loads of bonuses. Right, I'm not a dwarf. I'm an elf. So unfortunately, my might is only 2. Yeah. Gimli should have done this. Okay, we have 1 success. That's not going to be enough, is it? Oh, he's nowhere near going to be enough. The perilous crevasses and sudden jutting ledges make your travel slow and taxing. In the end, you are thrown painfully to the unquaking ground outside the dark spell's influence. Suffer 1 damage. Uh-oh. Laceration. We have to flip a damage face up and then flip this card face down. So I have 2 face down damage. So we need to shuffle these. And one of these is going to be flipped face up, which is weariness. Flip this card face down, then flip that face down. So Legolas has taken 4 damage in total and can only take 4 damage. Oh dear. That means we have to do something. I think we click on this icon. Yeah, we have to do a last stand with Legolas. I think this is right. If you've taken either damage or fear equal to your... Let me just check the rule book. Well, this is not good. We're only just at the start of the scenario. Last stand, 54.0. A hero who suffers damage or fear, if a hero has a number of damage cards equal to then their damage limit, yeah. Okay, it is. Last stand. Gulp. Is this damage or fear? It is a damage. So we need to test agility and we need 1 success. Right, so we should do this. This is the bit that's a bit weird. Because you have to make a relatively easy test. Which, I say relatively easy. I've only just done it. Because I got 3 misses and 1 of those. Okay, so I passed the test. But then you come back with like full health. Yeah, discard all face down damage, gain inspiration and continue the adventure. Ah, but there's this icon there. I think that means that in the whole course of this campaign, Legolas has died twice, and I think it tracks them and uses that for some kind of point system at the end of the campaign or something like that, which is really clever. I like that. I don't like the, oh, you died, you're out of it, restart the whole thing. That seems a bit weak. Yes. Okay, so we've done that. We're all good. Except that didn't get rid of the threat token. Yeah, it might be too easy on adventure mode. Yeah, it might be easier because we're playing on adventure mode. I don't think it is, but you're right, it might be. It might be. Okay, so I think we need to send Gimli in here to deal with this threat. Because Legolas going in here is not good at it. So yeah, so Gimli will first action move to here. Second action, interact with the threat token. And it is a might test, and if you are a dwarf, yep, so this is good. So we're going to test might. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we have got... Okay, so it's 1 success. That's an auto success because of this thing. So it's actually only 2. Okay, it's not brilliant. Keeping your footing with ease, you find your way to the centre of the quake and growl 3 words in the secret dwarvish tongue. Quickly, the ground stills like a pot of boiling water removed from its flame, and whatever force upset the earth bows before your will. Gain the Stone Talker title and immediately prepare it, then discard this threat token. Okay, titles. We haven't seen titles before. There are a whole bunch of cards in the game called titles, and yeah, I've not had them before, but we've just gained the Stone Talker one, and it says immediately prepare it. Now, I don't know if this takes up a slot. Does it take up a slot? Titles. Title cards, 105. 105. Titles. When a hero gains a title, the app specifies the name of the title and prepares it. The app, yep. Like all skill cards, a hero can only resolve the title card's ability when it is prepped. Abilities on many title skill cards instruct you to remove the skill card from the adventure. It should be set aside and cannot be used again. It will be shuffled into the hero's deck during setup of the next adventure. Okay, so it's a skill card. Right, okay, so we've got this card. Let's have a look at what it does. Stone Talker. Can we see that? There you go. Is it going to focus? Is it going to focus? During your turn, you may remove this skill from the adventure to choose a space and apply stun to each enemy group in that space. Okay, that's pretty good. But then in the next adventure, it will get shuffled back in. Right. Okay, have to discard one of your prepared cards. Nope, I don't, because I've only got 3 at the moment. I had 3, so this is my 4th one. Yeah, so we're all good. We're all good. Right, and then Gimli's still got 1 movement point left, and we'll go to there, and that is the end of the action phase. Oh, which hero gained this title? Gimli. Cool. I don't know why it wanted to know that, but it did. Right, end action phase. Shadow phase, both characters gain an inspiration. Gimli can't have one because he's already fully inspired. Don't like Gimli. As a character, not as a person. Threat increases by 4. Rally phase. Scout 2. And then action phase. Okay, so scouting 2. And again, Legolas is exhausted. Can't put cards on top of his deck. Okay, here we go then. So, we've got Paths Unseen again and Honed Instinct again. Now, Honed Instinct is amazing. So we're going to get rid of that instead of Time of Need. I've got really good skills in play. Paths Unseen is going on top of the deck. Need to do something with these. Yeah, Legolas has some very, very good skills in play. I'm not really doing anything with them. So, Dwarfism, yes. It's just only having a limit of 3 inspiration. I mean, yeah, I'm playing on adventure mode, so you get 1 free inspiration every turn, which seems quite strong. If this wasn't adventure mode, that limit of 3 is probably about right. But I'm always seemingly getting stuff and wasting it. That's the bit I don't like. And also, I'm not keen on Musician. It's probably just because I don't understand how it works properly. Okay, we have Time of Need and Endless Melody. So, don't think I want any of these. No. So Endless Melody is getting discarded. Time of Need's going on the top of the deck. Okay, we are ready for next round. So what are we going to do? Oh, the threat token's gone. We're going to do Gimli first, and we're going to do something with this search token here, which is the Ruined Tower, I think. The old stone signal tower. You climb the narrow stairs, careful not to place so much as 1 foot wrong. At the top, you find a disused fire pit, once used to warn the surrounding villages when danger was abroad and remind the townsfolk they were being watched over. So we can attempt to light a fire or leave the fire pit be. If we attempt to light a fire, we're going to alert everybody to our... Yeah, so we don't want to do that. No, let's leave the fire pit be. That's crazy. You realise you'll need cured wood to start a proper beacon fire and decide to leave it be for now. Okay, so we need wood to do it anyway. Right, so that's not an action. So we still have a second movement point. Yeah, we do. We've got a second movement point because the first movement point was to move to there. So second movement point. Yeah, we'll just move to here, which is another. It's a bit of a waste of an inspiration because we're probably going to get this. So gnarled trees encircle an old grave, preserving it from the sun and wind. Yeah, discard the exploration token, gain an inspiration, and then the forest is filled with animal life, and you spot several promising game trails. So we need a search token in exactly the location we're in. And is that it? That's probably it. Oh no, we got a new area. This is 305B. Okay, search through the pile of stuff. .304, 303, 305B. Right, so this is going... Okay, so we need to shuffle things around a bit. And this is going on end like this. Yeah, I think that's right. Did I survive that nasty battle? Sort of. Legolas kind of had to do what's called a final, a last stand. Oh, and 203B. 203B. Okay, so this is going on here like so. Okay, map definitely expanding. So we found one scepter. There may be more. 2 exploration tokens. Okay. Right. So, I think that's Gimli done, isn't it? Or is that just one action? Oh, I've lost track again of what I'm doing. I know Gimli moved to here, and then we were going to do this, but then we didn't. And then the second movement was to here. Does Gimli have a second action? I think Gimli does have a second action. Is there a 221B tile? There isn't. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, does Gimli have a second action? I think he does. Because I think dealing with the threat was last time, not this time. He can move one more space. I don't think he can move one... Oh, no, hang on, yeah. Because last time he moved to there, dealt with the threat, and then moved to there. Or was that this time? I'm rubbish at keeping track of stuff. So, are we thinking... Yeah, I think last round, he moved, dealt with the threat, and moved back. So this round, I think all I've done is move to there, and I've still got one movement point left, and then I've got a second action. I think. So, I think so. I'm going to move to here, 305B, and we're going to explore this. Several makeshift bridges and gates have been trussed to the crumbling ruins. Discard the exploration token, gain an inspiration, which you can't have because he's on max. Right, what's here? The stench of rotting meat is thick in the air. So we have a threat token, another one. We've only just got rid of the first one. Okay. A crypt stands tall in the centre of a courtyard surrounded by dead bare trees. It appears that the orcs have not searched here. Sounds like it could be a scepter. And unfortunately, a guard post was set up in this area of the city, and its watchmen have proved faithful to their cause. An orc marauder on the indicated space. And there's a decrepit shed looks fit to topple at any moment. Search token. Right, okay, so we've got lots of things on here. We have the decrepit shed, we have an old thing, we have a threat token, and we have an orc marauder who looks very similar to the previous orc marauders. That's it, I painted 3 of them. I'm only ever using 1 because of player count. So yeah, the question is, I think, unless I've got this wrong, unless anybody wants to go back and watch the video, I think this round, all Gimli did was look at this, but that wasn't an action. And I think that's what's confused me. Is looking at this I thought was an action, but wasn't. We've then moved to there, and I think Gimli has one action left. Let me know if I've got that right or wrong in the chat. And this Orc Marauder is an elite one, by the way. I'm just looking at the icon down here. It's got these pointy bits above it, which means it's an elite one. And that goes there. Any update on the chat? Does Gimli have an attack? Neil is off. Thank you very much, Neil, for joining in and your help. But yeah, does anybody else know? We will allow a further action then. Okay, yes, we're going to allow it. Whether he's got one or not. So Gimli's going to attack. Why not? So we're going to attack. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Last chance in the chat to tell me I shouldn't be attacking. No. Right. We've drawn no hits. I mean, I could convert, which I'm probably going to do. Yeah, I'm going to have to spend 3 inspiration to convert these into successes. So that is 8 hits with Sunder. Oh, and I can put one of these on top of my deck. If I want to. No, I don't think I do. I could save 1 inspiration and discard the Restless Axe instead. No, I'm going to keep the Restless Axe. Yeah, okay. No, we're all good. So yeah, so 8 hits on the Orc Marauder. It's terrifying. Okay, that's good. It's gonna die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and Sunder just for a laugh. Done. Because killing it's going to get him an inspiration. Yeah. So Orc Marauder has been removed. Didn't last long at all. And Gimli gets an inspiration. Right, done. Now it's Legolas. So we're not going to light this, because we know we can't. What was this again? This was the forest is filled with animal life. Okay. So Legolas' first action is to move. Oh, I've got this as well. I've got more stuff. Okay, first action is to move. Second action is to interact with this search token. Okay. Following a clear game trail, you come upon a giant horned hart. Let's hunt it. Yes, why not? Waiting for the perfect moment to strike, you watch the hart draw closer. So we're going to test agility. We need 2 successes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We have got, if I spend an inspiration, that is 2 successes. Yes, we passed. The hart leaps a second too late to avoid your strike to its chest. Showing your mastery over the majestic being fills you with confidence. Become determined. The heroes may collectively discard up to 2 face down damage, then discard this search token. Right, well, Legolas isn't wounded. Gimli does have a face down damage, so that's been discarded. Nice. Legolas becomes determined. Also nice. And that's it. Right. Discard the search token. So that is the hart hunted. I think we're done. Legolas just moved to here and then hunted a dart. So next turn, we've got this which hasn't been explored. And then Gimli's got all of this open. And we know from the map that there's going to be stuff here as well. We need to find a way down to the lake. And we probably need to find other scepters because the one we've got might not be the actual one. Right. We are going to end the action phase. Again, no bad guys on the map. Both characters gain an inspiration. Both characters can have an inspiration now. Oh, thank you very much, Matt. I've missed your puns. Threat goes up by 5. And again, we're not quite at the first threat marker yet. But I am getting hungry. starting to get very hungry. This is exhausting work, live streaming. And what you don't see, and I'm not complaining here, but what you don't see off camera is the hour and a half that I spend setting this up all ready to go. Well, maybe not an hour and a half this morning. But yeah, it takes quite a lot. And then after this, I've got to put it all away. Although, I'm not going to put this away today, because my next live stream after this, quick interruption, is actually same time tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, 2 o'clock, same time, same place, just one day afterwards, part 4 of my Lord of the Rings. I'm going to be doing chapters 6 and 7 tomorrow. So I'm actually going to leave this set up overnight, and I'll just come back tomorrow morning and carry on. Right, so we are scouting 2. Is there anything here we want? No. So I'm just going to put both of those to the bottom of the deck because I can't put them on top. Right, Gimli, scouting 2. Can somebody remind me how many chapters there are? Ian, I know you know if you're still in the chat. I think there's something like 13 or 14 chapters. So if tomorrow I do 6 and 7, I'll be halfway through. Then next week I'll do 8 and 9. I'm not going to get this done by the end of January. It'll be more likely the end of February. And because I'm supposed to be returning back to normal work in February, yeah, it might end up slowing down a bit. Don't let the cat in overnight. No, the door is normally closed. Right, we have got another Restless Axe. Now, this is going to be great. If we were fighting lots of bad guys, a second Restless Axe would be fantastic. But we don't have any bad guys on the board. So I'm just going to put that on the top of the deck, and I'm going to put that one on the bottom of the deck. Okay, right. And I'm not using this Song of Mocking either. And I need to use the Stone Talker. So many skills to remember. It depends on some choices, how many scenarios there are. Right, okay. We are all done. We are now round to the action phase. So what we're going to do. I kind of don't want to leave this stuff behind. So I think I'm going to do Legolas first. And we're going to spend an inspiration to move to here. A dense tangle of brambles spans the lone path of dry ground. So discard that and get an inspiration. Right, now what's going on here then? Oh, inside. Tile 306B as indicated. Get so excited. 306B. Now, let's not try and make the same mistakes as I made last time where I was cheating and I was going through walls. So 306B is like that, and it's going on... Wait a minute. That's not right, is it? I think I've got this wrong. Oh, it's going up there. Oh, I can't work this out. That is going in there. Is that it? Yeah. I think that's right. Okay, so yeah, this is off camera. Let's rotate it all round a bit. Big map, very big map. Can we see it? Yeah, we can just about see it on there. That colour's still a bit wrong. There you go. I'm going to still tweak these colours. Ah, there we go. That's what we wanted. That's much better. There's a tick box, full dynamic range. Yeah, let's put that on. Much better contrast. Right, okay, so anyway. That's that. That is that. On something else. 201B. After all that, getting that in just the right position. 202, 205, 301, 209, 400, 304, 301. 201B. Right, 201B is going like that on there. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Okay, so that's going there. So there's a bit of a gap between them. Yep. And 2 exploration tokens on both of those. Okay, right. So I think Legolas might go off that way on his own. So this was the first. No, this was him spending 1 inspiration to move. So Legolas still has 2 actions left. Yeah. Okay, full ranges for monitors, else it's for TVs. Okay, well, it looks better for me. Let me know if it looks better for you. Yeah, the colours are a lot better with that on. So yeah, I think Legolas's first action is to move, and we're going to go 1 into there, which is explores here. A gentle luminescence suffuses the cave, emanating from clumps of lichen or lichen, who knows, lichen on the walls. Discard the exploration token, gain inspiration. Can he have it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can. Right, what have we got in here then? When the city was attacked, it appears that some of the citizens stockpiled supplies here. Most have faded to worthless filth, but looters have not yet searched the stinking heap. So we have a search token in the corner. Your enemies emerge, ready to trap you in the darkness of the cave. Though unwilling to search the heap of refuse, they are ready to defend any treasures within. Right, we've got another Orc Marauder with exactly the same banner as before. Okay, so it's another elite one. Basically, is what it's saying. A heap of bones rests against the cave wall. We have a threat token over there. And your journey continues. Right, okay, so this is Legolas's turn. That was his first movement. So second movement is going to be into here, where the threat token is. And then we're going to use a second action to attack. Yes, I think that's what we're doing. We are attacking. So let's just refresh ourselves of what we've got. Because I've got your skills with sprint have strike 2 and hide. And I have a skill with sprint and another skill with sprint. So these have strike 2. And strike 2 means that I can discard it to get an extra 2 hits, I think. Strike. Strike, 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 striker, striker. 93. 93, strike is a keyword. Discard to add, yeah, so I can basically add loads and loads of hits. So this is probably going to succeed. He says. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I've drawn 1 success, but I'm going to buy another 2 successes. For 7 hits. Now, is that going to be enough? Yeah, 7 hits is enough. So I didn't need to use any of my skills or anything. Just there you go, dead. Remove it. Get an inspiration. Okay, and that's it. So Legolas moved in, attacked. Now he's going to end his turn in darkness, which is a bit scary, but he's quite good at withstanding fear, and he's only got 1 fear at the moment. So I think we're okay. Oh, and before you suffer damage or fear, you can spend inspiration to prevent 1 of that. Okay, so we can prevent 1 of the fear. I think we're going to leave Legolas inside the cave. Yeah, we'll leave him in there. He'll be fine. Right, Gimli's next. Let's just remind ourselves what this search token was here. The decrepit shed looks fit to topple. Yeah, let's search the shed. Wonder if there's a marrow inside. The shed has clearly not seen use for many years, though the door is locked fast. There may be something useful inside. Now, I don't think Gimli is good at picking locks, so we're going to force the door. It is a might test, and we need 2. You throw yourself against the door, hoping to break it free of its hinges. So we need to do a might test. And we need to get 2 successes. We have drawn 1 and a fate, which means I can spend an inspiration to get 2 successes. Done. So we passed. The door soon splinters free, giving you access to the shed. The erstwhile owner was using it to store cured wood. Cured wood! So we can go here and light the beacon. You pick out a few pieces that will make for a good fire in the signal tower's fire pit. Why would we want to do that? I don't know why we want to light the signal tower, but it's kind of hinting that that's what we should do. Okay, so we're discarding the search token. We have the wood, so we can go back here and light this. Now, again, I've lost track of where we're up to. That was Gimli's first action, wasn't it? Yeah. So Gimli's second action is going to wander back here. And that's it. That's the end of the action phase. Russ only sees drawing cards for the skill tests when you use them for the... I only see you drawing cards for hits and skill tests. When do you use them for the abilities, if any? So, yeah, so the cards which have abilities printed on them, it depends on the card. Each one will say on them when they can be used, and when you use them, generally you discard them, generally. But some of them have permanent abilities on while they're in play. Right. So, we both gain an inspiration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And darkness step. Okay, so we have Legolas, who is in darkness, because there's a darkness icon there. So he basically suffers 2 fear, but spirit negates. Now, Legolas's spirit is only 2, so we have to do a skill test of 2. I've drawn 1, so that's 1 damage prevented, and I'm going to use the cloak, spend an inspiration to prevent the second damage. So I don't get any damage from the fear. Nice. Threat goes up by 6. This is going to trigger? No, it's not. Didn't quite trigger. That will trigger next time. So we're going to scout 2. While we're scouting 2, I can explain what the skill cards do. So, oh dear. I'm having problems with my nail and I just caught it again. Yeah, so Legolas is... this is awesome. This is a really powerful card that Legolas has put in his deck recently. And it's got all sorts of things. So you can see at the bottom it says strike 2. So whenever I'm in combat, I can discard this card to do an extra 2 hits. Or I can discard this card to hide. But it also gives a bonus to all of my other skills that have sprint. And it also says before you sprint, whenever you sprint, you can move an additional space. So any time in the game that I sprint, if this card is in play, so this has kind of got 4 abilities on it. But that's a really powerful card that I put in my deck. And yeah, each character can only have 4 of these prepared cards at any time. So right now, for example, I'm about to scout 2, which happens at the end of every round. So I draw 2 cards, choose one of them, and I prep it, but I've already got 4 in play. So what that means is I can replace one of these if I want to, but actually, with the cards that I've drawn, no, I don't want to prep any of them. So one of them goes to the discard pile, the other one goes to the bottom of the deck. Gimli's got a completely different set of cards because he's Gimli rather than Legolas. He's a musician rather than a pathfinder. But each character has 6 basic cards, which are the same for every character. But then they have unique cards based on who they are and the role that they've taken. But any character can play any role. So I could have had Legolas the musician and Gimli the captain. You can have all sorts of combinations. This is currently chapter 5. Yeah, chapter 5? Yeah, chapter 5. Last one I'm doing today. I'll be back tomorrow with chapters 6 and 7. Okay, so we've got Travelling Song and Endless Melody. I'm going to put Travelling Song on top of the deck and Endless Melody on the bottom of the deck. Right. Done. Action phase. Okay. Yeah, the exploration element is really cool. And yeah, every time you play it, it kind of generates a slightly different layout to the map, I believe. We're going to do Gimli first. And his first action is going to be this, which is build the beacon fire, because we now have the wood. And the app knows we've got the wood, which is why it's letting us build the beacon fire. And this is an action. You heap the wood you've gathered into the fire pit and set it ablaze. The fire leaps high and bright, visible even from a good distance. Reviving this old symbol of security fills you with new courage. Threat decreases by 4. Okay, so that's all it did. So we wasted a turn going back there in order to decrease the threat by 4. Never mind. Oh, choose a hero to gain the Fire Giver title. Oh, nice. I tell you what. It should be Gimli, but it's not saying which character lit the fire, is it? It's actually telling me that I can choose which character gets the Fire Giver title, which is when you attack, you may remove this skill from the adventure to add a modifier of your choice. Okay. Yeah, like Mansions of Madness, except no dice for those who hate to roll. Yeah, so yeah, I have lots of thoughts about the comparisons between Mansions of Madness and this, because Mansions of Madness I hate, and I think is an awful, awful game, and this I really like, even though there's a lot of similarities. So yeah, I could talk about that at length. So should the Fire Giver title go to Gimli? I mean, thematically it should, because he's the one who's just lit the beacon, but the app is telling me I can choose a hero to gain the Fire Giver title. So I'm going to give it to Gimli. I'm going to stick with the theme. Gimli is the one who did it, so the Travelling Song is getting discarded and replaced by the Fire Giver title. Right, there you go. We're done. Okay. Yeah, Gimli would grumble forever if he doesn't get the title he deserves. Okay, so Gimli's getting it. And right. Okay. Russ, let's talk about this later as well, because yeah, I talked about that on my last vlog, I think. So if somebody's written an article on it, I'm interested, because I've spoken about that recently as well. How did I reduce the threat? I lit the beacon. Yeah, so this beacon tower here, I lit it, and that dropped the threat down. Anyway, right, moving on. So that was Gimli's first action. So Gimli's second action is to move to here. Now, that's a bit rubbish, wasn't it? What a bit of a waste of a turn. Right, Legolas, on the other hand, we are going to... First action is to deal with this threat token. So let's have a look at this threat token. A heap of bones against the cave wall. We'll search it. You assumed that these were the bones of a small animal that met with an unfortunate end, but as you near the pile, you see the skull of a human, or possibly an elf. Right, we are testing agility. So our agility is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need how many successes? We need 2, so I will spend an inspiration to give me a second success. Okay, done. We've passed the test. Leaning close to examine the skull, you flinch away as a thick, segmented creature leaps out of one eye socket. You sidestep its body as it flails through the air, then stomp on the critter as it skitters towards your leg. That was close. Discard this threat token. Okay, that's that done. Right. Now then, the next thing that Legolas is going to do, because that was one action. Let's just have a look at what this is. Yeah, I think we need to search there. Okay, so what Legolas is going to do is Legolas is going to spend an inspiration to use his special ability. Once per round during your turn, you can spend an inspiration to move a space. And then as his second action, he's going to interact with this. You pull aside the first heap of debris and are met by 100 scuttling beetles and a long rodent that scampers into the shadows. Gathering your courage, you step closer. Right, we are testing spirit. Now, he's not good at spirit. He needs 2. He's got a spirit of 2. Have I got any bonuses? No, I have no bonuses. I have drawn 3 fate icons, so I'm going to spend 2 inspiration to buy 2 successes. So 1, 2. Is that going to be enough? No. After a short search, your churning stomach forces you out of the heap. You step clear across the chamber and gulp several of the sweetest lungfuls of air you can recall. After you've caught your breath, you glare back at the heap, knowing that you can leave no stone, only half turned. Okay, so we can go back and we can search it more. But we are all out of actions. So are we going to stay there in the darkness? I think we are. We're just going to stay there in the darkness. That's fine. We're going to end the... we're going to end the turn. Yeah, something refresh. Yeah, I know this is a new chat window that I'm seeing, but every time I switch views, it does that, and I've no idea why. And it's weird. Let me just try and fix it. I might be able to fix that very quickly. Is it that one? Oh yeah. So it could be that. There you go. Fixed it. That was weird. I had 2 windows, one over the top. But anyway, this live chat is working better than the previous one, which keeps breaking every 5 minutes. Right, anyway. Yeah, so we're leaving Legolas in the darkness. We've done Gimli, so that is it. That is the end of the action phase. Shadow phase. Both characters gain an inspiration. Gimli can't have it because he's already got too much. Right, darkness step. So Legolas needs to check to not be scared of the dark. We are testing spirit. He's suffering 2 fear. No successes, so he's suffering 2 fear. I'm going to spend an inspiration on the cloak to reduce that fear to 1. So Legolas takes 1 fear, which is overcome. Suffer 1 face down fear, and then flip this face down. Right, Legolas has now taken 3 face down fear. Okay, not good. He can take 6 max. But there we go. That's the darkness step done. Threat increases by 5. Is it going to trigger? It is. Right. Legolas stumbles upon a mass grave filled by Fornost's foes from hundreds of years ago. Sorrow presses in on your soul, and you are overcome by the realization that the struggles of today are echoes of the struggles of the past. Legolas and each nearby hero suffers 1 fear that cannot be prevented. Okay, so we're suffering another fear. Each other hero suffers 1 face down fear, then discard this card. Oh, right, okay. Well, that's actually... Oh, no, that's not good. That's not good at all. Because Gimli has now suffered 3 face down fear, and Gimli can only take 5 because of the armor. Okay, right. This is really good. I'm really enjoying this. And this is only chapter 5. One of the questions about campaign games like this is, after you've played it, would you play it again? I would definitely play this game again. I'd use different characters with different roles, and I would play through the whole game again. Having played it once, I don't think it's going to impact on my enjoyment playing it a second time. Even though you know the story, it's very replayable. So, in my opinion. Right, we are scouting 2. I'm glad I put this in one of my top games of 2019, because I'll be honest with you, I did that top 10 games of 2019, and I put a lot of time and effort into thinking of what games to put on there, but after it had gone live, I started having second thoughts, and it's because I second guessed myself on the morning of recording the video, and I was like, oh, this game's really good. I should put this in my top 10. And then when the video went live, I was like, maybe that game shouldn't have been in my top 10 because I only played it like 3 times and it had problems, whereas other games outside of my top 10 didn't have any problems and I'd played them more. This game was in my top 10, but I'd only played it about 4 or 5 times. Having now played it 3 times in the last couple of weeks, I'm definitely happy that this was in my top 10. Because, yeah, it is really good and I'm really enjoying it. Okay, I'm still exhausted, so I can't put cards on top of my deck. That's a shame. That's a real shame. Okay, I'm going to put light-footed into play because this is when I interact with a search token. This is a... Oh, you can't see it. This is a search token, and it allows me to test agility instead. So I'm going to put light-footed into play, but which one am I going to remove? This is the question. I think I'm going to remove Paths Unseen. Yeah. Okay, so that's the scouting done. Next. Gimli's going to scout. And yes, I am a fan of Lord of the Rings. I am a big Lord of the Rings fan. I mean, I grew up with Lord of the Rings, you know, reading the Lord of the Rings books and everything else. And one thing that I felt about this game is it absolutely captures the exact feel and atmosphere of the game. With the artwork, the narrative style, the setting of the game, it's all very, very true to the works of Tolkien, in my opinion. So that's good. I really like that. Right, we've drawn a couple of cards. I don't know whether I want any of them. Because we've got this Fire Giver and this Stone Talker, which are really good, but they're taking up space. So... yeah, I'm just going to put those on top of the deck. Right, okay, scouting is done. It is the action phase. So, what we're going to do. Let's do Legolas first. So Legolas is going to scout, is going to interact with this search token, and I'm going to use my light-footed to turn it into an agility test. Excuse me, and scout 1. So we're going to try again. We're going to search through it. So it's not spirit. We're going to discard. So Russ, you were asking about how the skills work. So you can see here. Yeah, I'm using this one right now. When you interact with a search or threat token, that's what I'm doing. Before the test, I can discard this skill to test agility instead of the one it should be and scout 1. Or I could have discarded this card to sprint 1. So instead of testing spirit, I'm going to test agility. My agility is 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I keep forgetting I've got determined as well. I've drawn, oh dear. Right, I've drawn 1 success. That's not good, but I'm going to use determined. So when you test, you may discard this boon to discard any number of cards you test, 3, and draw new ones. 1, 2, 3. Right, so I've actually got 2 successes. I can't buy any others because I don't have any inspiration. So I've got 2 successes. Is that going to be enough? And then I scout 1. 2 more successes. Come on. Yes! You grimace as you move aside soiled, rotting furs, fighting the urge to retch. Thankfully, you find something, a bundle beneath the fetid heap. You step safely away from the stench and unfurl the bundle to reveal a metal scepter. Lore increases by 1, threat decreases by 4. Right. Legolas has 2 scepters, Gimli has none. There we go. That is Legolas's first action. Legolas's second action is to go 1, 2 and move to there and explore this area. A great oak rises from the ruins of a forgotten outpost. Gain 1 inspiration. Right, what do we have here? We have a stone tower. Leaning precariously over a moss-covered courtyard, appears to be untouched by looters. Okay. You see low shadows slinking among some trees, observing your movements. So we have a threat token up there. In fact, that's where I am right now. And we have another interior area, 208B. Okay, now we've seen that one. It's this one. And it's going... This is the one I put the wrong way around last time. I think that's going there. Yes, that's going there. Okay. And 207B. Aha, so they're lining up. Oh, except they don't line up. Okay, so I've got something wrong somewhere. Because it's supposed to line up with there. Oh no, have I got it right? Oh no, that's right. Yay, the map lines up. Excellent. And 204B. Yeah, we knew this was going to be a big map. You could see that from the start. 204B is going here. Okay, so 3 exploration tokens. 1, 2, and 3. Journey continues. Right, okay, so where are we up to? Legolas moved. He did the thing, and then he moved. So Legolas has had 2 actions, and I don't think I want to do anything else. I mean, we could go sprinting, but we've got so much here to explore. I don't think he needs to. Right, okay, so we're going to go to Gimli now. The problem with Gimli is Gimli doesn't have any extra movement. So it's just going to be really slow, one at a time. Let me just remind myself of what this threat token is. Stench of rotting meat, it's thick in the air. The problem with the threat tokens, by the way, for those people who don't know the game, is these threat tokens, you can't really leave them because they are adding to the threat every turn. So the more threat tokens there are on the board, the more the threat goes up. Although we are playing on adventure mode, so threat is going up a lot slower than it would if you were playing on normal mode. But I think Gimli is going to just move 1 to here, so I've still got 1 movement point in the bank. Then we're going to interact with this. You gag as the rancid smell coats the inside of your mouth. We need to test wisdom. Now, Gimli's not very wise. He's only got 2 wisdom. So, yeah, have I got any skills that can help me with this? No, none at all. We need more combat for Gimli. We're not having much in the way of combat. And Gimli is definitely geared around combat. Right, we can buy 2 successes, so we will. Because we need 2 to pass. Okay, so we passed the test. You plug your mouth and nose, hunting for the source of the smell. Eventually you uncover the body of some poor furred creature, mutilated past recognition. Knowing that no predator would leave this food to rot, you stay on your guard as you dispose of the body properly. Threat decreases by 4, then become determined and discard the threat token. Nice. Okay, another thing for me to forget. Okay, and then Gimli uses his remaining 1 movement point to move to there. So that is Gimli done. I've forgotten. Have we done Legolas or not this round? I think we have. Yeah, I think we've done Legolas this round because we explored and we did all that. Yeah, so that's the end of the action phase. Okay, gaining inspiration. Darkness step. Nobody's in darkness. Nope. Nobody is in darkness at the moment, so we're all good. Threat increases by 5. Rally phase. And then action phase. Yeah. There's definitely a lot less combat in this scenario than in some of the previous ones. So we've got 2 of the scepters. We're heading this way. At some point, we will find a way down to the lake. I reckon it's here. Because I'm just not using these skills. Maybe I should be sprinting all over the board. But there's so many things on the way to do. And I'm a completionist. I don't like leaving things not on the board. Ooh. Legolas has drawn his skill number 5, which is immortality, that allows him to rest and discard face down fear. We might go for that. Yeah, so I can't put that on top, unfortunately. The keen eyes, I'm not actually using these at all, so that's going to get discarded in favour of immortality. Right, and Legolas. Okay, 1, 2. I'm going to put Travelling Song on top of the deck. I mean, I've got this Fire Giver and Stone Talker, and I'm not really using them because there's no combat. So that's going to go there, and I'm not going to have that. I'm just going to discard it. Right, okay, off we go. Action phase. I'm going to do Gimli first. We're going to do this. We're going to search the crypt. Entering the crypt slowly, you inch down the dusty stairs which have lain undisturbed for countless generations. At the bottom, dozens of sarcophagi line the walls, and at the far end, an ornamental skeleton sits on a gilded chair, a scepter across its lap. Okay, the Gimli needs to test wisdom, and his wisdom is 2. But he is determined. What do I need? Okay, I've drawn 1 success and a fate, so I'm going to use an inspiration to make that 2 successes. That's probably not going to be enough. Oh, it was. The scepter was a sign of kings in Arthedain and Arnor before it, and from the lavish burial you can only conclude this skeleton was one of Fornost Arain's kings. Knowing that the dead of this region have a tendency to rise if provoked, you kneel before this dead king, it should be saying, "Your scepter, Highness," in appropriately reverent tones. Then carefully lift the scepter away and back out of the crypt. Lore increases by 1, threat decreases by 4. Take the search token, put it on Gimli's sheet. Nice. Okay, so that's Gimli's first action. Combat will be coming once the threat increases, and the tokens are keeping the threat down. Right, okay, yeah. Yeah, because another thing, if you're playing in normal mode and not adventure mode, each one of these exploration tokens adds 1 to the threat at the end of every round. That doesn't apply in the adventure mode that I'm playing now, but it does apply in normal mode. Yeah, in normal mode, we'd be on like 35 threat by now, easily. As I say, we are playing on easy mode, but that's fine. Yeah, next time I play, I'd probably play on the next difficulty up. But for my first playthrough, easy mode for me. Anyway, meanwhile, Gimli. Gimli has done that thing. That was Gimli's first action. Gimli's second action is to move. We're going to move into here. So we're going to explore here. A winding track leads through a copse of ancient trees, and a dilapidated hovel, apparently abandoned, slumps nearby. Okay, what's going on? A small cairn of stones is draped with green garlands. So that's a search token right next to where I am. Your journey continues. Okay, so Gimli has 1 movement point left. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to stay where I am, right next to this area here. Okay, Legolas is going to, first of all, interact with the threat token. Drawing near, you are confronted by 4 wolves standing on a ridge just above you. Their posture is threatening but patient. The largest lets out slow, measured breaths, while the others shift back and forth with tense muscles. They watch you, weigh you, waiting for your next movement. Okay, I think I might back away. I don't know, spring forward or back away. Kind of don't want to attack the wolves. Might be seen as a sign of weakness. You raise your hands slowly, a gesture you hope is universally understood, and step slowly away. So we're testing spirit. No bonuses. Okay, we need to get 2 successes. Gulp. We have drawn no successes, but 2 fate, and I have 2 inspiration. So I'm spending it. Totally spending it. We've passed the test. Whew. With each step, paced and steady, you create a large gap between you and the wolves. Once, there shouldn't be a comma there, once the wolf furthest to the right takes a single step forward in pursuit, but a growl from the leader freezes it. Oh, sorry. Once the wolf furthest to the right takes a single step forward in pursuit, but a growl from the leader freezes it in its tracks. Just as you are about to turn and leave, they slink back over the hill and eventually disappear over a far ridge. Whew. Yes, nice. The following night, you will hear a quartet of howls calling from a not-so-distant hill. Nice. Okay, so threat token has gone. That was Legolas's first action. Right. Then, Legolas is going to... Oh, no, I can't. We're going to discard the Trailblazer skill to sprint. Before you sprint, gain an inspiration. And, because of the honed instinct, after you sprint, you may move an additional space. But I'm not going to. I'm just going to use that to sprint into here. And then my second action is to interact with this. So this is a tower. You gaze up at the tower as it appears to sway slightly in the breeze. If the scepter is in here, how could you possibly retrieve it? We're going to climb because we've got loads of agility. So opening the door, you look up the decrepit spiraling staircase that winds its way around the inside of the crumbling structure. So yeah, test agility. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we have word of warning in play. So when you or a nearby hero test agility, I can discard this skill to get 1 success and scout 1 if I want to. If I need to. Okay, I've drawn no successes whatsoever. Okay, no successes. So I'm going to spend 1 inspiration to turn 1 of them into a success. Then I'm going to use my word of warning to give me a second success and scout 1. Scout 1 is basically take the top card and prep it. So I've got 2 successes. Is that going to be enough? Yes. You ascend slowly, passing your weight over the shifting stones with care. A quarter of the way up, however, the staircase collapses suddenly. You strike your shoulder on a jagged rock and are struck by other debris after you land. Okay, maybe not. The structure groans and fractures all around you. With a ringing clang, a metallic scepter dislodged from the top of the tower strikes the floor next to you. You sweep it up and throw yourself from the structure as it crumbles. Okay, so if it had got higher, I wouldn't have taken this. 4 damage? Uh-oh. Right, okay. So, we've got the scepter. 4 damage. Oh, man. Right, okay. Here we go. First damage is sudden sickness. Discard all of your inspiration, then discard this card. Now, that's really lucky, because I don't have any inspiration, and that is discarded. Second damage. Shaken. Flip a fear face up, then flip this card face down. Okay, so we need to flip one of these face up. Yeah, a load-bearing scepter. It may have been. It was a piece of 4x2. Suffer 1 face down damage. Okay, so his fear is going up. This is not good. Third damage. Keep this card face up. If you would discard a face up damage, flip it face down instead. And the 4th damage is flip this card face down. Now, unfortunately, that means Legolas now has 4 damage again. Yes, a tower just fell on me. So, that means the ruinous trembling of the tower echoes across. Yeah, okay. Oh, alerting some of the looters to your location. An Orc Marauder. It's that Orc Marauder again with the same banner again. Right, okay. So that's going there. I'm getting really hungry. Final objective. Try the scepters at the underground reflecting. Oh, so we've got all of the scepters. The problem now is Legolas has taken 4 damage and has only got can only take 4 damage. So we're going to have to do another last stand with Legolas. It's damage. We need to test might. Okay, so this is a lot harder. Last time it was agility and we only needed 1. This time it is might and we need 2. Now, Legolas's might is only 2 and we don't have any inspiration. This is probably Legolas dead. He's got immortality, but it's not the end of my turn. If at the end of my turn, I'd be all right. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I just drew 2 successes. Right? Wow. What were the chances of that? Well. Passed. Discard all face down damage, gain an inspiration. Yes. That was very, very, very lucky. Very lucky. Because the number of successes you have in your deck are not actually that many. Okay. Was face down damage or fear? I don't know. I'm not going to go back now. I think I did it right, but I might have done it wrong. But it doesn't matter. I've moved on. So Legolas has died 3 times in total in the campaign. Okay, I said damage, but I put a face down fear on the table. I think it was fear. Yeah, I think it was fear. Yeah, suffer 1 face down fear. Yeah, you're right. I said damage, but it's fear. I think that's right anyway. So, Legolas just about survived with the skin of his teeth. Yes, the 9 lives of Legolas. That's 3 gone. Right. Remind me, what did Legolas do? First action was the threat token. Then I did I did the sprint. Second action was that token. That's it. That is Legolas's turn done. I can't remember if Gimli's had an action or not. I'm going to have to find some way. And I think somebody said this in the chat last time. Can I ask the chat? Has Gimli had a turn this round? Because I can't remember. There's too much going on and I'm getting tired now. But I need some way of marking whether the characters have had an action or not. The problem is, that's an extra bit of admin that I will forget to do. Gimli's actions now, says Mark. Okay, so Legolas has had an action. I'm going to put a token here to say Legolas has had an action. Problem is, I'll just forget to take them off. Right, so Gimli. I mean, we could just move here and hit this and get it over and done with. Because I've got so many cards that are going to boost my attack. I might as well. So Gimli moves 1. Moves in, attacks the Orc Marauder for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I've got, when you attack, you may remove this skill from the adventure to add a modifier of your choice. Okay. Well, let's do it. So I've got 1 success. I'm going to spend an inspiration for a 2nd success. Okay, 2 successes is 6 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I am going to remove the Fire Giver from the game to basically give the attack Pierce. And then I can use Restless Axe to strike 2 and do 2 extra hits. Okay. Done. Dead. Get an inspiration. Nice. And then with his natural ability, I can put that Restless Axe back on top of the deck. Okay, there you go. That can go there for now. Done. I'm down to 2 skills in play. Gain an inspiration. And then Gimli's 2nd movement point is to move back to there. So he moved 1, attacked, and then moved 1 back. That is it. That is the end of the action phase. Adam's here, just finished work. Thank you very much for joining in. We are nearish the end of this scenario, I think. Which is good, because I'm 30 minutes over going down and cooking dinner. You wouldn't think it from the threat. The threat hasn't gone up that much at all, but that's because, yeah, playing on adventure mode and doing things like lighting that fire has helped. Darkness. Anybody in darkness? No, nobody is in darkness. Threat goes up by 4. Rally phase. Done. Right, okay, so we are scouting 2. And then, yeah, we just need to get in here and do something with these scepters. Restless Axe was a card from the test. Yes, I had 1 Restless Axe in play, and there was a Restless Axe revealed as part of the test, because there's 2 in the deck. Oh, and I was discarding Immortality to get rid of this 2 fear. Yeah, Legolas was doing that at the end of his turn. Okay, so scouting 2. I'm going to put Paths in Scene in play, and the other one on the bottom of the deck because I can't put it on the top of the deck. Okay, Gimli. Gimli! So Legolas has got 3 scepters, Gimli's got 1 scepter. So there were 4 scepters in total. Remove the action markers. Thank you. See, I told you I'd forget. Right. Scout 2. Restless Axe is going in play. Slowed is going on the bottom of the deck. We are done. Right, action phase. Who are we going to do first? Let's do Legolas first because he's all the way over there. And in fact, tell you what, if I use these chips as actions, okay, that might work. So Legolas is taking his first action. Now you can't get in here, can only go in here. So first action is to move. I'm going to move 1, and that counts as exploration. Tiled in cold stone, the council room and tomb carry an air of solemn patience. Discard the exploration token, gain an inspiration. Let's see what's in here. Oh, nothing. There's nothing in here at all. Right, so I've still got 1 movement left. Now, I think if I've understood this correctly, you can only move between 2 areas if there is a grey border on both sides. So, for example, here, you can't see. I can't move from here to here. There's got to be an arrow on both sides. How many scepters do I have? Says Neil. I have 4. I have all the scepters. So yeah, I can't move from there to there. So I've come in here. That's fine. But I now need to go up here and through here. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. So Legolas has moved 1, moved 2. That was Legolas's first action. Then I'm going to spend an inspiration to use my ability to move into here, which again counts as an exploration. So we're going to explore this area. The hall is shadowed and the air underground is stale, yet there is ample finery displayed in every corner. Get an inspiration token. This pile of refuse emits an awful smell, but it may conceal something of value. Ooh. And, with faint lines and whorls, some old carvings hint at a message inscribed in weathered stone. So, 2 search tokens, more stuff to find. Okay, so Legolas has 1 action left. Jonathan's here, just back from work. Thanks for joining in. Yes, you did give me the heads up about the playtime. So, Legolas's second action is going to be to search this. Yeah, okay, so second action, search this. Within the offal and garbage, you soon find the bones of a poor unfortunate. Test spirit. So we're testing spirit of 2. I have no bonuses. I got 1 and I can spend an inspiration for another success. So I've got 2 successes. It is clear that this person is a victim of servants of the enemy. Become determined. Okay. There we go. I am determined. Discard the search token. Oh, oh, right. This is a new thing. We've not had this before. You have gained the Greenway boots. You or a nearby hero may immediately equip it. Right, so this is a whole part of the game I've not seen yet. And I didn't want to be reading new rules at this point in the stream. But I've just found a new item. So Greenway boots. I think it's one of these. I mean, there's a lot of cards in this game. There's a lot of items. Check it for usage. Check the backs. Oh yeah, it's the bag, isn't it? Okay, I'm almost there. Biscuits. Oh, I'm getting so hungry. Helmet, torch, rope. Boot. Oh, literally the last card. In this big pile of cards, literally the last one. Right, so Greenway boots. Yeah, so I think this icon down here in the bottom left means it's got 2 uses. It's a trinket, it's not armor. Right, okay, so it goes into play and it has 2 uses, which is what those counters were that I showed you earlier on that I've never used yet. So if you would test agility or might, you may deplete this item to test might or agility instead. Before you move out of a space, you may deplete this item to not provoke attacks. Okay, there you go. And presumably depleting an item is taking a token off it. Right, okay. And that's that. That's the search token gone. So that is Legolas's 2 actions, and that is Legolas's turn done. And I know it's Legolas's turn done because I've got these 2 chips in front of him. Right, Gimli. Gimli's turn. So Gimli is here. There is a search token here, so let's interact with that search token, which is the small cairn of stones draped with green garlands. Yeah, why not? The garlands are woven leaves and vines, with a few blossoms dotting the verdant ropes. The cairn of stones is well balanced, the stones polished and clean. The stubs of a few candles are melted into the ground around the array. I need to test spirit, and I only need 1. Gimli's spirit is 4. So I'm confident. No successes, but I do have a fate, and I spend an inspiration to make it a success. Okay, so yes, we have passed. This must be some sort of shrine or memorial. You light the candles and sit before the festooned stack. You empty your mind, then take a few slow breaths. You feel at peace here. Flip a fear face down, or discard a face down fear. Then discard this search token. Now that's good, because Gimli is on 3 fear face down and could only have 4. So yeah, that's really good for him. Right, first action for Gimli is done. Nearly's saying it's not an action once the 2 uses in a mission are spent. It's flipped and any passive bonuses will be lost. Okay, thank you. Gimli's second action is to move 1, 2. So we are going to move into here. Oh, wait a minute. I've put that in the wrong place. Yeah, I've put it in the wrong place. That's not where that goes. I knew I'd make a map error at some point. It goes... Oh, it's going in there. Yeah, got the map completely wrong. Right. So it's Gimli's second action is to go here. Oh, hello, Legolas. Oh, hello, Gimli. You all right? Yeah. What have you been doing? Not a lot. Right. I think that's it. That is it. Gimli has had 2 actions, interacted with the search token, and then moved. So it is the end of the action phase. Yeah, we're definitely getting there now. Should be done by 6. Yeah. Right, we both get an inspiration. This has been a good scenario. It has been a bit long, but it's been a good one. Darkness. Anybody in darkness? Oh dear, they're both in darkness. Are they in darkness? Yes. Okay, both characters are in darkness. Okay, so each character in darkness suffers 2 fear, but spirit negates. Let's do Legolas first. Legolas only has 2 spirit. 2 successes. No damage. Gimli has 4 spirit. Gimli's not scared of the dark. He's a dwarf. 2 successes. No damage from the fear. Nice. Threat goes up by 4. Rally phase. Scouting 2. Action phase. Okay, so off we go. Yeah. We've got to be close now, haven't we? Because there's only 1 bit left of the map. I can't see there being that much more. I mean, Legolas has, died but then survived. Second time was close. The second time, that was just insane, insanely lucky. Legolas surviving that second time, but that's how it goes sometimes. We are going to put. We'll put light-footed into play, and I'll put word of warning on the bottom of the deck. And Gimli. One, two. I don't think we're going to need Restless Axe, to be honest, so I'm going to put Fury into play and Restless Axe on top of the deck. Okay, action phase. Off we go then. Who's going to go first? We'll do Gimli first. So Gimli's going to go first, and his first action is going to be to move into there. Okay, so that is an exploration of the final area. Now, I've just noticed there's a bit of fog here. But no, I think this is the final area. The cave has been partially mined, its walls faceted with old pickaxe wounds. Gimli gains an inspiration, which is a waste because he's already on full inspiration, so that was bad play. Swirling branches of forged copper encircle an ancient well, spiralling and reaching upwards around it. Miraculously, the copper is untouched by the greening of verdigris you might otherwise expect. Could these be the waters you are looking for? Search token in the corner. Your journey continues. Right. So Gimli's second movement is to go to there, and then Gimli's second action is going to be to interact with the search token. Investigate. Running your hand along the smooth copper, you attempt to discern its purpose. Right. Okay, Gimli is making a wit test. His wit is 2. Does he have any bonuses? No, but he is determined. Doesn't matter. I've got 2 successes. Well, 1 success, and I'm going to convert that into a success. So that's done. 2 successes. Might not be enough. The copper branches are beautiful, and they make you wish you could have seen Fornos Terrain in better times. You find nothing else notable about them, but in such an intricate construct, there are many opportunities to hide secrets. Okay, so that's it. That's Gimli's turn done. There's still stuff there to find. So Legolas. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use Paths Unseen. Oh, I should have. Yeah, Legolas should have definitely gone first. I'm going to use Paths Unseen to sprint. And after you sprint, you can move an additional space. So I'm sprinting, and after you sprint with this, yeah, so I'm sprinting 1, 2. Done. Then I'm going to spend an inspiration to use my ability to move to here. And that gives me 2 goes at that threat token. I'll tell you in a minute, Jonathan, because we're almost done with this. Let's just move the camera around so you can see that last bit there. There you go. Right. So we're going to investigate. So I've got 2 chances at this because I've used all of my skills to move there. Okay, so we are testing 3. We're testing wisdom. And we have got . Okay, well, I'm going to spend 1 success to increase that. So that's 2 successes. So that's 4 in total. And I'm sure it's keeping count. The craftsmanship of the copper lattice is magnificent. It shows signs of elfcraft, but also the metalwork of men. Could it be left from a time when Arthedain and the elves were on warmer terms? You lament that such a beautiful thing must be hidden down here underground. You grip various copper branches gently and test them. Though most of them are solid and unmoving, one finally bends, some kind of switch. The mechanism hidden in the well provokes a series of rhythmic clunks that guide you to a wall as it moves aside. Okay, it's not the end. And there is another tile to explore. 303B, right in the middle. There we go. It just fits. Okay, right. Thought that was going to be the end then. Okay, exploration token on it. The well remains remarkable enough to look at, but you can feel certain it has served its purpose to your adventure. Discard the search token. Okay. So, Legolas has only had 1 go. Legolas has only had 1 action. Yes. So, search token goes. Exploration token on here. And how do we get there? Here. Right. So, it's still Legolas. Legolas uses his second action to move to here. Yeah, I really should have kept that paths unseen, because then I could have moved in and teleported. Yeah. All in darkness. Yes, we are all in darkness. Okay. We are done with the action phase. Shadow phase. We both get an inspiration. We test darkness. So again, spirit negates. So Legolas is getting a bit scared now. And he's not very good in the dark. Okay. I'm going to just take 1 damage. So 1 fear for Legolas. Is gloom. Flip it face down. That's okay. Gimli. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 2 successes for Gimli. So Gimli's all right. Okay, that is the darkness step done. Threat goes up. Rally phase. Okay. We're almost there. Hate having to retrace steps. Okay, so let's do the thing again. Let's do the rally step again. The card is powerful. You may draw it again next round. Yes, it is really, really powerful. I mean, being able to teleport another party member from one side of the board to the other is crazy good. I mean, I do have another card with sprint, which is 2 spaces, so I can definitely get there. Clever wit and unyielding spirit. I'm going to take the unyielding spirit just because I'm going to be in darkness and I need to be testing spirit. Yeah, Gimli's so slow. He's all geared up for combat, but he's not the fastest. Okay. I'll take Tale of Tenuvial. I'll put that to the bottom of the deck. I'm going to get rid of Stone Talker, I think. I mean, it's nice, but I just don't need it. Do not need it at the moment. Right, okay. We're good. Remove these. Action phase. Final one. Final turn. Maybe. So. Right. Legolas hasn't got any inspiration. Which is a bit of a shame. So Right, what we're going to do with Legolas, we are going to... First action is going to be to move. Oh gosh, hang on a minute. How do I get there? Here, I can get in here. I can get in here, but to get in here, I need to go up through here. It might be quicker to go around here. 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's quicker to go this way. So we come out here and go 1, 2. First action. Second action. I'm going to use light-footed. No, in fact, I'm going to use light-footed first to sprint 1 and then move an extra space. So move 1 and then move an extra space. Right, my first action is to move. 1 will go to there, which is exploring here. The cave is filled with the gentle echoes of lapping water as an unseen creature drops into a shadowed pond. Right, now we're going to have a fight. On the very edge of your hearing, a whisper grabs your attention. Place a threat token as indicated. That's where I am. In the long, undisturbed cave, a glassy, reflecting pool waits. Shadows play off its surface in unnatural ways, and shimmering lights glide from ripple to ripple. We have a search token over there. There's the lake. I like the way that they actually use the artwork of the map. It's not just like random artwork. As several entrances to this chamber grind open, you are dismayed to discover that your enemies too are charging in. Though they have no scepters in hand, they are intent on defending the waters. Okay, right. So we have 2 orc marauders. I'm going to need a second one. Let's get this one out. It looks surprisingly like the first one. So 2 orc marauders are going here. So they come charging in here. There we go. These need a bit of highlighting. I'm happy with the way that they've come out, but they're just a bit dark. Especially once you put the wash on them, they do look very dark. And a ruffian pops out right next to Legolas. Right, okay. So we're still on Legolas's turn. Legolas sprinted 2, moved 1. We've still got 1 movement point left from this. We're going to have to do an attack. Yeah, things may have got messy. In darkness, threat is creeping up. We're fine. We're all right. It's all going to be good. We're going to shoot the ruffian. So yeah, we're going to do an attack. My second action is to attack. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have got no successes. I drew nothing. Now I could get 1 hit with that. I am determined. Right, I am going to use determined to discard these 3 and draw 3 more. Okay, and then I'm going to spend an inspiration. So I've actually got 2 successes in total. And I'm hoping... Yes, 2 successes with my bow is 5 hits. Just what I needed. Right. He dead. I gain an inspiration. Nice. Now, Legolas still has 1 movement point left. So I'm going to use that movement point to go here. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to discard Tireless. At the end of your turn, you may discard this skill to perform an action that you have not performed this turn. I moved, I attacked, I haven't interacted. So I'm going to interact. You are not sure what the pool will do to identify the silent scepter from the rest, but you hope the truth will soon become apparent. You see in the pool the reflection of both yourself and things that are not there with you. Ghostly shapes moving in the cave and even the occasional face. Perhaps the correct scepter will look different in the reflection of the pool. A hero with a scepter may determine if it is the silent scepter. Okay, assess a scepter. You hold a scepter out over the water and scrutinise its rippling reflection. You give the pool a 20 count to do something to indicate that this is the scepter is the one the orcs seek, but you notice nothing out of the ordinary. Discard 1 search token from your hero sheet. So I think the game has randomly determined whether that was the one or not, and it wasn't. Okay? Hopefully it's done that, and it's not just the last one. But there we go. That could have been it, but it's not. That is Legolas done. He's in a bit of trouble. Gimli to the rescue, except Gimli is miles away. So Gimli goes, wait for me. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, and that's Gimli done. There's Gimli's 2 actions. We're all done. End of the action phase. You have to test all of your scepters unless you get lucky on the way. Yeah, we'll see. Shadow phase. We both get an inspiration. Gonna need it. Move 1 and attack Gimli. Right, well the Orc Marauders cannot attack Gimli from 1 away, but they can attack Legolas. So the Orc Marauders move into here and they attack Legolas, and I say attack. 3 damage, might negates. Okay, now if you would test agility or might, you may deplete this item to test might or agility instead. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to deplete the Greenway boots to test agility instead of might. So I actually get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're facing 3 damage. So I need 3 successes to cancel this. Okay, I've got 1 success. Discard 1 inspiration to make it a 2nd success. So that means I'm about to take 1 damage. So I use the cloak. Yeah, whenever you are about to take damage, I can spend an inspiration to remove the damage. So I do. There you go. No damage. Whew, nice. Nice. Darkness. Uh-oh. Right. So spirit negate. So we need to do a spirit test for Legolas. Nice. That's fine. Okay, this is all working fine. He's got 1 success from that. I don't have any inspiration left for this, but I do have unyielding spirit. When you test spirit, discard this skill to gain a success. Done. There you go. No damage. That's how you do it. He says as if he knows what he's doing. Oh, the threat is just short. Right, rally phase, action phase. Okay, here we go then. So rally phase for Legolas. Legolas only has the honed instinct in play. He's surrounded by these 2 Orc Marauders. The problem now is they are in my space, which means I can't interact with the search token without suffering an attack of opportunity. So, yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. Test Gimli's darkness. I don't need to test Gimli's darkness because he's here. He's outside. Because I worked out that it was actually quicker to go round that way than it was through the winding corridors. So, 2 cards for Legolas. I will take Time of Need and put Follow to the bottom of the deck. 2 cards for Gimli. No fear check in darkness on adventure mode. Yes, we did do the fear test. Yeah, I did the fear test. 2 cards for Gimli. I don't want Endless Melody, and Cut Off is going to the bottom of the deck. Right, okay, my turn. I'm going to do Gimli first. Yeah, I'm going to do Gimli first. First action is to move. I go 1, 2. It's all happening in here. So what I'm going to do, just for fun, we're going to zoom in on this bit because this is the final fight. There you go. I'm going to zoom in on that. Can you see what's going on? It's gone a bit dark. There we go. Right, final fight. Gimli's taking on these 2 and Legolas is shooting them. So Gimli's moved. That was Gimli's first action. 1, 2. Gimli's second action is to attack. And we have loads of skills in play now. And we can stun, we can strike 2. We've got the Tail of Tenuvial, which we're going to do. In fact, let's do that now. Tail of Tenuvial. During your turn, you may discard this skill for you and up to 2 nearby heroes to each discard a damage or a fear. And you scout 3. Okay, so Legolas is going to discard Exhaustion. I'm going to discard a fear, and then I scout 3. 1, 2, 3. So we've sung this Tale of Tenuvial. Could move Legolas and check the threat. Yeah, I thought so, but no, we're going to use Legolas to try and test the other scepters. Restless Axe is going to go into play. That's going to go on top of the deck. That's going to go on the bottom of the deck. Okay, and then we're going to attack. So second action was to attack. And we're going to draw 4 cards because we're testing might. Okay, now let's look at... Oh, these are both quite big. So I need to do 14 damage in order to get rid of both of them. Okay. I can't do 14 damage. I can do 8 with Sunder. 9, 10, 11, 12. I can do 12. That's very close. Yeah, okay. So this is what we'll do. We've drawn this. I am going to spend 2 inspiration. So that's 3 successes. I'm going to put the Travelling Song back on top of my deck. 3 successes is 8 hits with Sunder. Okay. Oh no, I can kill them both. Because then I use Restless Axe and Restless Axe. Strike 2, strike 2. Yeah, the Sunder works. There you go. 12 hits. Double Restless Axe for the win. Gaining inspiration. I'm going to give that to Legolas. There you go. Nice. That's very, very cinematic. He rushes in, charges, hits them both, and I've actually got other stuff. I could have used the Song of Mocking to stun them and all sorts of stuff. You're not sure Restless Axe works that way. When you attack, discard to add 2 hits. That's what it says. There's 2 uses for Restless Axe. You can use it at the start of your turn to attack and add 2 hits, or it's strike 2. So when you attack, discard it to add 2 hits. There you go. So yeah, that's I'm pretty sure that's how it works. You just discard it and add the hits. Right, so that is Gimli done. I did add 4 hits. I had 2 Restless Axes. My axe is very, very restless. So Legolas is next, and Legolas is going to interact with this search token. Here we go. I'm getting a bit restless now. So we're going to assess a scepter. You hold a scepter out over the water before you can even inspect its reflection. The cave is filled with song. The ethereal voice echoes through the cave, striking notes you've only heard from the mouths of the most skilled singers, and the wistful area fills you with new resolve. You do not yet know the purpose of the artifact you hold, but if Aterian acquires it, you do not imagine it will serve the cause of good. Slipping out of Fornost, you keep the silent scepter close. You watch Atarin's frustrated orcs storm out of the city, some angry at the failure of their companions to find the artifact, some sheepish about the punishment they expect to receive for that failure. Escaping the area without being captured will prove difficult. The heroes win! You have recovered the silent scepter, a mysterious relic that Atarin was seeking. Lore increases by 2. Each hero receives 4 experience points, and I am exhausted. Right. There you go. Jonathan saying the attacks were from 2 different characters. I don't know. No, they weren't. It was Gimli. It's all Gimli. Right, we are done. It's late. 6 o'clock. I said I'd finish around 6 o'clock, didn't I? That was really good. So to answer your question from earlier, Jonathan, am I enjoying the game? Yes. And I'm enjoying the game more each time I play. One thing I was concerned about was the repetitiveness of it. I'm kind of not bothered about the repetitiveness. You go into an area, you find an exploration token, there's a bit of flavour, and that becomes inspiration. Move on. The search tokens, again, I think if you played it 3, 4, 5 times all the way through, so if you played the game 50 times, yeah. But the story's great. Really, really liking the story. I like the overall mechanisms of the game. There's enough meat on the bones of this game. This isn't a light game. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to think about. I like the character development. I like the core mechanisms. It's really good. Really good. It's the second playthrough where you can really play with the classes. Yeah. So anyway, we are all done. I'm going to finish for now. Just before I go, quick reminder, this is not a sponsored video. I'm creating all of the videos this month. Not just today, not just this week, all of this month. All of my videos are made possible through the support of the Patreon campaign. So a huge thank you to all of my Patreon supporters for making this January possible. If you are interested in supporting the channel, patreon.com/gaming rules. All ad revenue and super chats go to charity. So thank you very much for any of that. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, 2 o'clock in the PM GMT for part 4 of my Lord of the Rings playthrough, which will be chapters 6 and 7. Yes. So chapter 6 is next, the flight from Fornost. We now have to escape. Okay, that's the next bit of the story. We've got some XP, so we'll be leveling up our characters again. We'll be spending more stuff. And that's everything. There'll be no more painted miniatures. Tomorrow, my concern tomorrow is that we're going to fight either the Hill Troll or the Wights. I haven't painted those yet. I've painted the Wolves, and we nearly fought the Wolves tonight. But there's 4 figures from this set that I've not painted yet. And yeah, so yeah, we are all done. Thank you very much for watching. And again, thank you for bearing with us at the start through all the technical difficulties. They seem to have settled down in the end, which is quite good. I'm going to use this chat from now on until they fix the first chat. I'm going to use this one. It's a little bit more fiddly to set up, but it should be okay. And yeah, other than that, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks very much, everybody. Take care. See you next time.
Gaming Rules is proudly sponsored by Game Toppers, upgrading your gaming experience. Visit GameToppersLLC.com.